All right, hey guys, what is up? It is Bibzuda back here once again on the Outlast Trials, and in this video we are going to be doing another tier list, and this is probably the last one I'm going to be doing for the Outlast Trials, at least at this point. I could maybe redo some of the ones I've already done, including this one, in the future, but I don't think there's really anything else. I mean, people have asked if I'm going to do one for the rigs, and I guess maybe I could just make that video just to talk about it, especially with the new rig reworks in place. So maybe I'll do that, but it would just be very short in comparison because, of course, there's only 6 of those in the game right now. But we already covered the amps in the first tier list, and then we did the variators in the next one, which was over 4 hours long. Now we have, of course, the trials themselves. And after that, I don't really think there's much else that I could do aside from something like the prescriptions, although that's kind of not really that interesting, I wouldn't say personally. And so we're just going to get into it here. And thankfully, this tier list actually it was already available on the Tier Maker website, and it's nicely labeled. I just added a couple of my own down here at the bottom because they didn't have Escape the Lies, and I wanted to add in Rebirth and the Amelia Escape. This one was my original attempt at making Escape the Lies, and for some reason I don't know how to delete stuff from this website. It's easy to add things, you just use this browse button, but then deleting stuff, I don't know what to do. Also, we do want to add, of course, a row below D tier for F tier. We can't forget the F tier. I don't know why that it doesn't come as a standard on these tier lists, but yeah. This is all nicely labeled and well laid out. Tier list that you can do yourself. It's on the website. You just search Outlast Trials Trials, and it has everything, all the main trials and all the MKs, including the newest ones from the Season 6 patch, which has TV Studio and Solve the Murder. So we have everything we need here. I have tried, when I loaded this up, they were arranged in a somewhat random order. I have tried to arrange them in kind of release order. I didn't really care too much about the MK challenges. I didn't go in and look at the order, but they're kind of in release order. Like, Seize the Narcotics is the last one on Police Station and stuff like that. But the ones in the middle, I'm not sure 100%. Like, did Teach come out first or Release the Prisoners? I could go check, but it doesn't really matter that much. And then they're at least organized in order of maps. So I'm going to be going through them in that order. There will be timestamps, to make the chapters in the timeline, to click to a certain map if you want to go look at trials from that map. I don't think I'm going to do timestamps for every single trial I talk about, because that would kind of be a lot of timestamps, like over 50, right? So I'll probably just do maps. But anyway, and let's actually put Mansion Rebirth as the last one we do. Yeah, we're gonna get started here. And as with my other tier lists, the format is just gonna be like, I'll drag it up into like the middle of the tier list when I'm talking about it, and then place it after discussing it. And as far as criteria, this is pretty much as subjective as it gets for the tier lists I've done so far. I think with amps and variators are quite subjective as well, but I think trials are almost even more so. In a way, because you can kind of argue the impact level of a variator, even if you don't like it, except, people will still argue about no running. Anyways, we're already talking about other things, but like for amps, I think there's pretty objective points you can make about strength and usefulness, whereas trials are just like, do you like doing the trial? Do you like the objectives in it? So I am going to talk, of course, about the objectives and then any aspects I do or don't like about the trial. So this should be pretty interesting because I haven't really thought of what I'm going to say, so this will be a bit on the fly, and most of my videos are, but we'll see what ends up coming out. So first off, we're going to of course start with the police station, the original map, and that will start us off with the main trial, which is Kill the Snitch. Everybody knows Kill the Snitch. It is a classic trial, and it was the only trial available on the closed beta for the game, which I did play. And back then, a little trivia note for you if you didn't know, it was actually called Snitches Get Stitches, which is interesting. I think I probably preferred that they moved towards this more standardized kind of naming for trials, because it definitely would have been difficult to come up with unique sort of names like that for every trial now that we have so many. but I'd be curious to know if people would rather have it still be in that old version. It's a little bit cheesy as well in a way, although, just Kill the Snitch is kind of boring. It's almost become iconic in its own way just because of how long it's been around, how much we've played it. So, of course, this trial is very, very good. Basically, the discussion is, do I want to put it into A tier or S tier? And I know a lot of people would put it in S tier. I mean, it is a classic. I think I can't put it in S tier because the thing is with it, first of all, Coil is fairly underutilized. That's a kind of a big thing for trials in general that I think is pretty important for how I enjoy them, or for how I feel that they should be constructed at the very least, is the prime asset should be utilized in the trial. Whether or not they're utilized well is another discussion, but Coil is only out during the basement generator portion, which you do fairly quickly, and then the finale. And he is a big threat in the finale, certainly. The basement generator section is, kind of hit or miss with his danger, but he's not out at all during the pushing or the key hunting sections, which are the main part of the trial, really. And so he's kind of a bit underutilized there. And, of course, Coil, as we've all heard about and talked about, and, I think Kotz made his whole video about why Coil shouldn't be getting a third main trial without any changes. Coil's fairly weak as a prime asset, which isn't necessarily a terrible thing because he is the first one players play against and is maybe the training one a little bit, but that certainly would detract from the level of interest you can have on a trial, I guess, in certain ways, particularly for finales. But very uniquely, which we will talk about as we go through this video, Kill the Snitch has a finale with other X-Pop involved. In particular, the giant that normally patrols near the first gate comes over and is around during the finale on Kill the Snitch, which certainly elevates it to much higher stakes. It feels much more difficult as a finale because of that. And also, Coil camps hardcore on the finale Kill the Snitch. He barely leaves that room at all. So that also contributes quite a bit to the difficulty level of it. Compared to almost any other trial on here where the prime asset will roam miles away from the final objective, Coil will camp it like crazy. So I feel like I should just put it up in S tier. I mean, if the giant wasn't there at the ending, I think I might put it down a tier to A because of the lack of interest on the finale, even though Coil does camp it pretty hard. One sad thing about Kill the Snitch, of course, we used to be able to trap that giant inside of the little area that you can get to by lifting the garage door that's on the way down to the basement. You can no longer do that. They added an EIG to prevent that, but that's just something that we, of course, if you've been around a while, you probably remember that. Used to be able to trap anybody in there, really, but it was mainly used for that giant to make them not present in the finale. And, of course, with almost every trial finale, blind will fairly trivialize it. You can pretty much easily one cycle with blind in solo, probably in groups as well. I don't know for sure about that, but definitely just not. I'm not gonna dock points for that because that's just kind of how blind works. I mean, the only trial on here that I feel like isn't really impacted super heavily by blind is something like Liquidate the Union in particular. But I mean, also Kill the Snitch is fairly fast to complete, similar to something like Grind the Bad Apples or Cleanse the Orphans. The final kill section is very quick, whereas on Shopping Mall or Downtown or any of the newer trials, you can't necessarily complete the final kill that fast with just one or two blinds to that you pre-set up. So that's an interesting note. Also in groups, the strange thing on Kill the Snitch, which I don't like and find annoying, is if you hold the lever for too long on one station, you'll start taking damage. It takes a while, but I find that pretty stupid. So I would kind of dock some points for that, but I'm not going to use that to put it down a tier. But yeah, Kill the Snitch, just iconic. Introduces the key corpses, which I think are a pretty cool objective, and could also be eventually incorporated with the blacklight. You know, the what is it called? Handheld blacklight, portable blacklight from Resort. Could be an interesting aspect to add to a future MK. And the police station map itself is, of course, just great. Very well interconnected. Once you learn it, it's easy to get places quickly, and simultaneously feels big enough and confusing enough when you first play it that you can very easily get lost, it feels like, especially when the gates are all still closed. So yeah, I mean, just an iconic trial, truly one of the best of the early ones for sure, and one that I always enjoy going back to. And I'm so glad we have it back in Escalation now, since it was gone for so long. But okay, that was a long yapping about Kill the Snitch, but you know, you kind of have to for the main trials. Because next up we have Sabotage the Lockdown, which is the first MK we're going to talk about on the police station. And Sabotage the Lockdown is the shortest MK in the game, I think, by pretty much every standard. I don't think there's even an MK you can complete as quickly. Like Teach the Police Officer, you can get really fast seeds if you're really lucky. And I mean, does anything else even come close? Fuel to Release is like more difficult. Sabotage the Lockdown. You basically you pick up a fuel that starts at the very beginning, you know, that spawns at the very beginning of the trial in the same place every time, and you run it to the generator at the end, which also spawns in the same place every time. And that, for that reason, I think it automatically loses points regardless of difficulty, regardless of length. Having the objectives be fixed in their locations every single trial run, I think immediately docks quite a few points away from like my opinion of the trial, because one of the design pillars of the Outlast Trials is for them to be replayable and, you know, have variety on multiple runs, and Sabotage the Lockdown just absolutely doesn't have that. Of course, the map will have different doors open. You might have to take different routes, but that is the case for any trial with objectives on it. So that doesn't really, I think, feed into its score at all. So yeah, I mean, it can, you know, it is a very easy trial, don't get me wrong, but it can have difficult moments. I mean, the generator, it's pretty RNG. Like, Coil can be around it and be a huge menace and a pain, or he can be nowhere near and you can instantly do it and leave. Same with the Grunt, who is in that area as well. So I think a lot of people don't like this trial because this used to be a trial people would grind a lot, I guess, for XP, and also the original Geister event needed a ton of grinding, and this was one of the trials you could do for tokens. Personally, I did Cleanse the Orphans for Geister, the original Geister, probably like 100 runs of it to get all the items, but a lot of people did Sabotage the Lockdown. I don't think it's very good, personally. Some people actually really like it because it's so easy and so quick. Also, I guess I should have prefaced this at the beginning, but I'm talking about this more from a PvE aspect and standpoint rather than invasion. I don't really think too much about invasion, especially when I'm talking about my opinions on trials, but I don't think this is good in invasion either. Not that, but I'm not going to talk about that for every trial, especially because I don't even know which are all in invasion, but yeah, I think I'm going to put Sabotage Lockdown down in the D tier. It's definitely pretty boring. The set objective locations and very simple objective make it quite samey and quite uninteresting. It also takes place in the police station basement, which is at least a little bit interesting when comparing it to Kill the Snitch, because that is not an area that's really accessible in the same ways. You go into the basement to do the fuel and Kill the Snitch, of course, but there's like there's a few additional areas available, and it's definitely fairly distinct feeling, which I think is always good for MKs to explore different parts of the maps than the main trials do. Some even add their own parts to the maps, which is always cool. We'll talk about that very shortly here, but yeah, overall, Sabotage Lockdown, not great. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it belongs in the F tier. It's fairly like inoffensive, but it's just uninteresting, and I think goes in D tier for me. Next up, we have Cancel the Autopsy, which is the other original police station MK. These two were in the game at the early access launch, if I am not mistaken. I'm not going to talk too much about release dates of things because I'm not 100% sure. I think we had, I'm just going to say this off the cuff and see if I'm right. I think we had Police Station, it was Kill the Snitch, Cancel the Autopsy, Sabotage the Lockdown. Fun Park was Grind the Bad Apples, Punish Miscreants, Open the Gates. And then Orphanage was Cleanse the Orphans, Feed the Children, Foster the Orphans. And that was 1.0, or, 1.0 of early access, I think. So I could be wrong on that, but that sounds right to me. And that just goes to show you how much the game has grown over time, where we have so many trials now. But yeah, Cancel the Autopsy is... It basically just uses the keys and corpses mechanic from Kill the Snitch and turns it into an MK. It also takes place in the basement. There's a gymnasium area that is also available, which isn't normally available in Sabotage the Lockdown. So that's a new part of it, which is interesting. Overall, I enjoy this MK. It's not the most interesting in the world. There's a couple of cool little techs, and you can quite nicely learn a lot of the spawns of the corpses to help you get them more quickly, which is another thing that I like quite a bit in general. So I would say that would also probably elevate my opinion of MKs and trials in general, is having it be still randomly placed, but also learnable, especially if there are like little techs that you can learn to improve your speed. I find that enjoyable, and that of course contributes to their replayability, but it is also quite easy as an MK, and in particular Coil is basically not used at all. He only comes out at the very, very end, which is quite lame, and you can usually pretty much completely ignore him as long as you know what you're doing. So yeah, that is a bit sad in my opinion, but otherwise it's fairly functional. You go around to the there's 3 different sectors, and there's one key in each that you need to find and grind up the corpses hanging in the police station gymnasium there. So yeah, overall, I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about it. It's one of the shorter MKs for sure. People can complete this one quite quickly, similar to Sabotage the Lockdown, but the corpses are random a bit, and it's more interesting in that regard. I would probably put it in high C, low B tier. I'm not 100% sure where I would. I'll probably put it in C tier for now, just because the coil utilization is quite poor. I would drop it down a little bit potentially for that, but maybe we'll revisit it at some point. I don't know. We'll see. Next up, we have Release the Prisoners, which is an interesting MK. I quite like this one personally because it has a very unique aspect to it that is only present on very few other trials. In fact, maybe only Incinerate is the only other one, aside from the Amelia escape, which hardly counts, in that there's multiple spawn points for the... Okay, well, it sees the Narcotics also has it, but it's literally copies the same structure as Release the Prisoners, so I kind of forgot. But it has this multiple spawn point approach, which, if you think about it too hard, kind of breaks the laws of physics, because you all leave from the same shuttle and then suddenly you're in completely different places, but we try not to talk about that too much. It is pretty cool because, you know, if you go in by yourself, there's 4 different places you could spawn out of. So if you're only a solo player, you know, this trial has tons of replayability for that reason alone. And if you're in a group, you know, each of you goes to a different place. So if you're used to playing trials and joining with your team and then all going and exploring together, you are on your own. And it's a very unique experience in a group as well, where you have to all explore your own sector. I mean, you can, you know, use smash co-op doors, get to other sectors fairly easily, but the idea is that you explore your own sector, find your key, and then you all meet up at the end to enter the security room, hit the button, and leave. And I think it's quite cool for that. Now, it is, again, a rather short MK, and this one uses pretty much the full layout of the ground floor of the police station. It has a few things that are, like, you know, blocked off a bit, but for the most part, it's all accessible, and each there's 4 sectors, like I said, A, B, C, and D, and each of them has a spot that allows you to enter the main corridor that connects like the cafeteria and the infirmary and the security room area all together. And they actually use the lever gates. So this is actually kind of the first additional mechanic that's built into a trial that we're talking about. So there's the lever gates, which you pull for like, you have to hold them for like 5 seconds. It opens up a gate. It can lead to some stressful situations here. Not really for when you're going out of your sector, but if you're stuck out in the hallway and you need to get back in, the thing is, Coil is out there in either the hallway or the security room area and could potentially not want you to get back into your sector. So we'll hound you and prevent you from pulling the lever. But in this trial's case, it's not that common that you're going to want to leave the main hallway once you've entered it, unless your teammates are dying or struggling to find their keys. You need to go help them. So it doesn't come into play that often, but it's still cool to see what would normally be a variator kind of applied by default, and we'll be talking about that more as we talk about future trials on this list. Usually the keys can be honestly pretty sneaky. They blend in better than you'd think until you learn more where they can be and where to look for them. So it can honestly be a struggle to find some keys on your first playthrough. A slight negative for this, I guess I might say, is that for this trial is that the secondary objective in solo can be pretty annoying. Now, some people might think it as a positive, makes it a little bit harder, but I just find it annoying if I need to find the broadcast or a radio and smash it, and I spawn in sector A and the objective is in sector D, and I have to explore the station to find it. But then, I guess there's pros and cons to that being a thing. I just find it just a bit annoying sometimes. Honestly, for one-off objectives, I don't really find it that annoying, but for multi-step objectives, like especially for posters, sometimes you can just get so screwed over and just have to go on an epic journey across the entire station to find your 3 posters sometimes, somehow. And I find that a bit annoying, but that's just the nature of the split spawn, and I don't think it's a huge mark against it. Coil's used reasonably well. Like I said, he's in the middle and he can disrupt you getting to the security room where you put your key in. Of course, I guess I don't know how much. I do have my over-explained series that I'm running, so I'm not going to dive deep into the objectives of the trial. Of course, in Release the Prisoners, you have to find 1 key in each sector that per player that's in the trial, and bring it to the security room. But I'm not going to deep dive into those. But yeah, overall, I like it a decent amount. I'd probably leave it here in the B tier. It's just a bit short. It's kind of competing a bit for A tier, but I don't think quite makes it there. And but it's definitely better, in my opinion, than Canceling Autopsy and Sabotage the Lockdown on the police station. So yeah, I'm a fan of Release the Prisoners, and I enjoy getting it. Personally for me, by the way, little opinion, B sector is my favorite one by far, because I find the key very easy to get in B sector, and it is definitely the easiest sector to go through to get to the security room. Like the lever, where your lever gate is positioned, makes it very easy. A sector is also easy, but A sector kind of sucks to navigate at times. And there's the giant on occasion in the atrium that is a terror. So anyway, the next MK is Teach the Police Officer, and or I guess it's plural on here. I don't think it's plural in the game, but Teach the Police Officer, I think I'm just going to immediately rate and put in the A tier. I think Teach the Police Officer is a really, really cool MK. It has the potential for really fast runs if you get really lucky, which is kind of just fun. I'm not that into speed running in general in the game, but if I were, I'd probably not like that, because it would rely so heavily on RNG to get a good time. But I don't think that's really important, because importantly, time does not impact your grade in the game. So, I think another good reason that's a good decision by Red Barrels is the potential for things like that to be a pain. So yeah, I think it's really cool for that. It also uses it's one of the most vertical maps in the entire game. It uses many floors of the police station and even adds an entirely new floor that is only accessible in this trial still to this day. For some reason, they haven't revisited this area even with 2 more MKs. Although, again, I could be wrong on the release order of these. I know Seize the Narcotics was last released, but I don't remember if it was, released, then Teach, then Eliminate, or whatever. But yeah, learning which rooms can have the key doors on them is cool, and also learning little tricks like looking for the yellow barred, the yellow bars on certain doors of like the cafeteria or the infirmary, and using that knowledge to, be aware that one of the other doors is probably unlockable with a key is pretty cool as well, in my opinion. It's also nice to have that little kind of tech, I guess you could call it, where if you use the key and you hear the objective complete noise, you know that the reel is in that room. Additionally, knowing how the keys work is a fun thing to learn. I really like having these little learnable things, I guess, is something I'm starting to more realize. You can learn that, of course, the first 2 keys you get will lead to 2 more keys, and then only one of those 4 keys can actually give you the reel, which is also a cool little tidbit of knowledge. This trial also makes use of the motion detector gates, which is not my favorite mechanic, honestly. It can be kind of annoying to deal with sometimes, but it is good to know that you can hit them with a brick to temporarily disable them. So yeah, I mean, I think that all amounts to an A tier ranking. It's not the most interesting in terms of like challenge necessarily, but it's just fun to explore the huge police station, 3-floor map. Coil can be fairly threatening on this trial. He can be around the middle area and also in the basement quite a bit. Has a decent amount of enemy variety as well. There's Giant, there's the Night Hunter in the basement at times. There's Small Grunt. I think there's a Small Grunt, or is it just Elite Grunts upstairs? I don't remember 100% on that, but still, solid amount of enemies. And I think actually they recently patched it so Coil comes out more quickly at the ending, I've heard. I'm not sure if that's true. I haven't played it enough to be fully sure, but if so, that's good, because previously Coil was fairly, absent at the ending when he would normally otherwise be around. So, but yeah, overall, just a great trial. The map, I think, carries this one quite a bit, but it's also a unique concept of, just having these, having random doors be locked by keys that you need to open, with the keys themselves not being the challenge to find. It's actually the doors. Kind of flips the script on that a little bit. Overall, definitely an enjoyable MK. Next up, we have Eliminate the Past, or as I started calling it, and I believe others have as well, Eliminate the Fun. And shout out to Happy Heart, who really loves this trial. I personally do not like this trial at all, and I think just is going to go down in the F tier for me. I would probably rather play Sabotage the Lockdown than Eliminate the Past, and the reason being is that the way it is set up, it kind of incentivizes just not playing the trial a lot of the time. And part of the reason for that could be attributed to skill issue, certainly, where I maybe don't know every single spawn for the boxes and can't find them at the maximum efficiency. But you will find, as if you play escalation a lot, that you can basically oftentimes get a set of variators that almost makes it impossible to get all the boxes. You'll get Cold Snap, Toxic Shock, Permafrost. You'll get something like Jaeger you have to manage and avoid. Countdown, where you have to make sure you find all the extenders, can be annoying. I mean, enraged enemies will make this almost impossible because they'll be hounding you at every turn and you'll have trouble getting it around. God forbid you get no prescriptions and have no heavy training, or you get deep burn and have less stamina regen. Lots of variators really sandbag you in this trial, and that would all really be fine, in all honesty, if the reward for finding boxes wasn't so black and white. If you don't know, the way this trial works is basically you get to the gym. It takes place in the same map layout as Cancel the Autopsy. And you get to the gym, and your goal is to find evidence boxes and bring them back to the gymnasium and throw them in a shredder. There's 10 in total, but one's a tutorial, so you need to find 9 of them, and they're scattered throughout the different sectors of the basement. So, but the most important thing to know is there's actually no learnable thing here. There can be any number of boxes in any of the sectors, really. It would be kind of nice if you were able to know that there's 3 in A, 3 in B, and 3 in C. I think that would be an improvement, although it would reduce the variability that you can potentially have on the trial. It would at least make it easier to know, you can move on from a sector, and it would make it more likely that you can complete the objective, because you have in solo 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes to find all the boxes, and for every additional person you add to your group, that is reduced by 1 minute. So if you have a full group, it's 4 total minutes to find all 9 of the boxes. And if you don't find all 9 of the boxes, the trial will, the boxes will no longer become interactable. You have to regroup in the gym and hit a button. And if you don't find them all, you have to run basically, if you're in the gymnasium, there's sector A to the left, B in front of you, C to the right. The garage door for sector A will open up, and the shuttle will arrive, and you will have the 3-minute shuttle timer to run all the way around, kind of like the same sort of path you need to take on Sabotage the Lockdown to get to the end of the trial. However, if you find all 9 of the boxes and shred them in the shredder, the Sector C garage door will open up instead, and it's just a free straight shot to the ending from there. It's always going to be completely easy and free. Now, the number of boxes you find in between 9 and 0 is meant to affect the difficulty level of the escape. So if you find 4 boxes, that means there's still going to be 5 missing. There's lights on the shredder that show you the number. The lights will go out, and then Avalanos will say difficulty 5. And it does have some impact. More enemies will be present in the rooms and hallways on your way out, depending on the difficulty level, the number of boxes you missed. But it doesn't really matter that much, because you are just on a straight sprint to the shuttle. The enemies, aren't going to chase you that far. If you have like 2 bricks, you are pretty much golden to just get by anybody who actually goes for you in a swing. Just brick them and run away. Even on difficulty 9, you're not really seriously going to struggle to escape the trial unless you have like crazy variators like no running, bleeding, psycho damage, enraged enemies, etc. The difficulty level kind of at the end of the day, at high levels of play at the very least, becomes you either find all the boxes or you don't. And that is the only thing that matters. And it's pretty difficult to find all the boxes, even if you don't have crazy variators like no prescriptions and all that stuff I talked about that would sandbag you completely. It can still be really hard to find them all, because the layout of the basement, it's pretty big, and boxes can be in the furthest away corners from the gym, and you have to bring them all the way back. They're a heavy object, can take some time, takes a lot of stamina, and if enemies see you, that can interrupt you, and you'll have to come back and get that box again later. It can be quite a bit of an issue to even find them all, or to bring them back, let alone find them all, because there are some sneaky locations. Now, those are things you can learn, and of course, X-Ray, especially the new X-Ray, is very good on this trial and can help you complete it quite a bit more consistently, but I still don't think that is a reliable method when you're considering every approach to the trial. I wouldn't consider a trial to be improved if you have to use a certain rig to make it fun or enjoyable, which is what it would have to be in this case. Now, how would they fix this is the question you would immediately ask. And many, many people say, hey, if you find 5 boxes or however many, then have it open up the Sector B shutter instead of Sector A. And not, that gives you like a middle ground if you don't quite get all the boxes. And that's honestly a reasonable suggestion. I think that would be a pretty good improvement to the trial. That would maybe make me bump it up to D, maybe even C tier, since there is some incentive to actually bother trying even on difficult setups. But I just think that the difficulty system is rather poorly used. It's much better used in Flatten the Foreman, which we'll talk about quite a bit later. But on that trial's a bit short, so it doesn't make a big impact either. And the difficulty system in general makes less of an impact than I think it should. It's unique to this trial and Flatten the Foreman only, which is very new. But even at the maximum difficulty level, it's not that difficult. I think that it would be kind of crazy and pretty cool if the higher difficulty levels like even started adding variators onto the trial, which I don't know if they can actually do in the game. Can they add in a variator mid-trial? Maybe not. Maybe the trial has to load in with variators, injected into it in a way. But that would be really cool and would certainly make it much more impactful, the level of difficulty you get on either of those trials. That I think that is mainly what I would see needing a rework. Now, having that and the B shutter gate opening, I think the trial would be improved a lot. Like, it's not a lost cause at all. It's a really cool idea, which is not done anywhere else in the game, where you have a time limit to complete the objective, and if you don't finish it, then there's consequences, but you still then go complete the trial. So, Eliminate the Legacy, which is a rather new trial, has a sort of time limit objective on it, but if you fail that in the amount of time you have, you die and you lose the trial. So it's completely different in that regard. This trial was also, I think it came out before Deface the Futtermans. So it was the first trial where the shuttle arrives automatically. You don't have to hit the button, and then there's like a little thing you have to do to get out. You have to survive something or do something to get out, which I think is a really cool mechanic, and I am a fan of it. So I would like to see that used maybe more in the future, although for some reason they've been using it more than it should be used in places that don't really make sense, which we'll talk about here soon. But like I said, overall, it's not a lost cause. But right now in its current state, I think it's a very bad trial because of the fact that in the majority of cases where you're up against it, sure, if you want to have fun, you can go look for boxes, hope you get them all. Maybe you don't, probably you don't. And then, it is what it is. But if you're someone who's, more cynical or doesn't or feels a bit lazy, your best approach, just hide in the locker for 7 minutes, wait the countdown, and then press the button and get out. Or if you're in escalation, you're probably better served just time-wise, just going and spending your time looking for the secondary objective, and then also, identifying which doors are blocked and where you're, planning your route for the escape, basically, if you don't think you're going to get all the boxes. So, yeah. I think I've said everything I want to say about it, but I'm curious to see what other people think about it. I've heard some rather divided opinions on it at times, particularly Happy Heart, but most people, I think, aren't big fans of this trial, and I think I've covered mostly the reasons why. Lastly, for the police station, we have Seize the Narcotics, which is the newest MK that was released, and this has an identical layout and pretty much, it's almost identical to Release the Prisoners, like in layout and like sort of in objective locations in a way. However, it doesn't actually have the lever gates, interestingly. So this trial has quite some divided opinions on it as well. Basically, you need to go to the security office, which was the end goal of Release the Prisoners and is where you press the first button and kill the Snitch, and pick up drug packets from a box there and then bring them back to the spawn points of the various sectors to stuff, what are they called? Drug mules with them. And a lot of people don't like this because it is a bit tedious at times, running back and forth all that distance. And especially if you have limited inventory for whatever reason, it can be quite a bit of a pain. This trial also actually interestingly uses for the first time, I believe, the limited entry gates built in, where if you go through the entranceway of, there's like a big entranceway gate. If you go through it 3 times, going through it is 1. So if you come back through it, that's 2 out of the 3. It will then close permanently for the rest of the trial unless you have a jammer. And I like those as a mechanic. I think they're pretty cool. They encourage you to find alternate routes around, but give you an escape route in an emergency. And you can also do clever things to work around them, like dropping the drugs on one side of them, going around and then grabbing them through the gate threshold so you don't trigger the number to go down. So I like that little tech. I think it's cool. I like that mechanic in general. It's definitely interesting. But I do agree with people that this can get a bit repetitive. In solo, you have to bring 10 drugs back to the sector you spawn in. And again, it is a split spawn, which I think is a cool mechanic, but it's kind of... I don't really like the fact that it is just completely copying Release the Prisoners in the same way, which is debatable whether that's fair, because you could criticize both of them for being the same as each other. But knowing the order of release, the Narcotics came out afterwards, so it just feels like a copy of that, as opposed to them both conflicting with each other, I guess. But yeah, you have to bring them 10 drugs back, and of course, these being the drug packets introduced by Poison the Medicine on the docks, they take up inventory space. So yeah, that is kind of where the divide comes in, I think. A lot of people don't like having to drop their items and move things, to get the objective done. But I think it's interesting that it creates that decision. Which items do you want to take more items with you to potentially be more safe, but then have to take more trips, which is potentially more risky. Coil is fairly well used on this trial. He's patrolling that area same way as he does in Release the Prisoners, but it's a lot higher traffic, and you're going to be going back and forth through there quite a bit. I didn't mention Coil on Eliminate the Past, I realize now. But he comes out intermittently, which is something we'll talk about more on like Gooseberry's trials, because she does that more frequently. But overall, he's okay. He's okay on Eliminate the Past. It's not a big deal. I also kind of forgot to mention that if you get all the boxes, there's basically no enemies either that are in your way. Coil doesn't even show up at the ending, so that's like an additional reward on top. But that's not a huge deal. But anyway, Season Narcotics again. The thing is, if you're in a group of 4, each person, or you as a team need to bring 7 drug packets to each sector, and there's 4 sectors. That's 28 drug packets you need to move and stuff in the mules. If anything, I would say that the animation and time it takes to actually store the drugs is slightly too long for me. It's quite annoying at times, especially if you have like Enraged on this trial. There's pretty much a grunt that patrols every single one of the spawn areas, and they can be so annoying and make it take so much time and so much waiting to ever be able to get there and do the actual objective. I'm kind of trying to just basically decide if I want it in B or C tier. I think I don't have as a strong of an opinion on it as some people. I don't think it's fantastic, but I don't think it's terrible. It's pretty fine for an MK. I mean, it is the police station. I mean, as we've seen here, not a lot of innovation or really cool mechanics around the police station. The difficulty system and objective of Eliminate the Past, the timed objective of Eliminate the Past are probably the most interesting mechanics. They're just utilized and implemented, unfortunately, in not an ideal manner, in my opinion. But with Season Narcotics, I mean, it's very straightforward, very simple. There's not a lot of nuance to it. You go to the center, you pick up drug packets, you bring them back, stuff them, repeat until you're done. So it's fairly boring-ish, I would say. I don't know. I'm kind of almost doubting my placement of Release the Prisoners at this point. I might want to drop that down to C tier and just put them all in C tier like this. But it was so nice having one in each tier, wasn't it? Maybe we do something like this. I don't know. Do I like I think I like Release the Prisoners more than Season Narcotics personally. But they are the maps are basically the same. The one thing that honestly, in my opinion, is bad about Season Narcotics, which I don't understand why they did, is when you hit the button after doing all the drugs, the shuttle arrives. It doesn't make any sense because all you have to do at that point is run to the shuttle, which is not far away. You just run down the Snitch hallway, out the door, and, you know, down the street a couple steps and you're at the shuttle. It just makes the ending completely free when it otherwise could have been somewhat difficult or risky, kind of like on Release the Prisoners, where sometimes you can run into a bit of a snafu with the giant and coil. It just doesn't fit at all in this trial in comparison to the other trials that have that mechanic, which include Eliminate the Past, where you potentially have to run a long way to get to the exit. Deface the Futtermans, where you have to actually complete a whole objective to get to the exit. Same with Eliminate the Legacy. And then it also happens on Flatten the Foreman, which you have to lift a garage door. So it is more difficult than Seize, but I would argue it doesn't belong there very much either. We'll talk about that more at some point, but I find that honestly detracts from it a decent amount for me because it kind of like one of the most stressful points in trials a lot of the time can be getting out, because at that point usually the prime asset gets put at the end. There can be multiple enemies there too. Sometimes at least one additional enemy is usually at the exit. And if you have difficult variators and things are, you know, you're trying to rush things might be going south, you could easily get caught out and killed. The getting out can be very stressful. When the shuttle arrives automatically, that is pretty much all removed, because the big issue is always, you know, can you get to the button, hit it, and then you're cornered. Can you then survive, you know, the 10 seconds till it arrives? Sometimes it's free and you get there without anybody knowing, but it can obviously be a big point of tension, and that's removed quite a bit by the shuttle arriving automatically. It's fine when it's justified, like in the other trials, but on this one, it really serves no purpose and doesn't make any sense. So I would say that takes it down a few points for me as well. I would say all three of these trials in the C tier here are quite close for me. They're all, you know, I enjoy doing them all for the most part, but you know, I wouldn't really. I mean, I could honestly put like Cancel the Autopsy up here or here. It's really not. Honestly, I might leave it like that for now. I don't know. These are all so close for me. I think probably I would say Seize is the worst of the three for me, or like the one I enjoyed doing the least. Also, partially because this, like Sabotage the Lockdown, has fixed objective locations, which again I don't find very interesting usually. So that's another point against it. So yeah, I think I'm happy with that for now. And that does it for the police station. Now next we're going to be doing Fun Park, and you know, newer, or even most people might be like, well, Orphanage is next. For me, Fun Park will always be the second map. When the game first came out, it went Police Station, Fun Park, Orphanage, and for me that's just always been the case in my mind. So I am enforcing my nostalgia and old manness on you by putting it second in this tier list, so deal with it. But we're going to move on to the Fun Park for the next set of trials. So that means it's time to discuss Grind the Bad Apples, which is a very interesting main trial. I would say that its final encounter is much weaker than Kill the Snitch, although that is a tough comparison because Kill the Snitch is one of the greatest final encounters, and it is honestly quite held up by the amount of knowledge and skill expression and learning that you can have with this trial. Arguably, in early access, this was maybe the hardest trial. Pushing the boat used to be like the peak of difficulty when there was a giant and a grunt after you at the same time. It was it could get pretty fried back in the day. Not that it was ever really too difficult, because you could of course just toss down your overpowered blind mine back then or do various other things to help you out, but still, that's just kind of some nostalgia to note about it. But there's quite a bit to learn about this trial. There's of course the multiple different fair games, whatever they're called, Fun Park mini games that you have to throw the hearts at. I mean, technically it's a skill to be able to actually aim your throws, and you know, it can sometimes be difficult to, if you haven't played a game multiple times, to know when to throw your hearts, because if you arrive at a game and, you know, say for example the four-leaf clover game that is sort of near the entrance of the park. Like if you arrive there and one of the targets is open and you try to throw at it, it'll probably close before you can hit it. So just like knowing small nuances, each game is pretty similar in that regard, where you need to be patient with your throws to be able to, not get cheesed by it closing on you, and also fairly accurate in most times. But also even just knowing where each game is and the name of it to be able to get to it is partially something you need to learn. Of course, the big thing that you can learn on this map are the pipe skips, which I think are extremely cool. I didn't come up with them myself. The first person I'd ever heard talk about them and that I know had the original video on them is, of course, Sus and his group of folks who would grind this trial quite a lot in the days of Program X for rebirthing, as far as I know. But I, of course, now do have an over 40-minute video talking only about this trial and only about the pipes objective in this trial, because you can actually learn over a long period of time if you really dedicate yourself and commit to learning it, or if you just want to use the flowcharts that I've created. They are in my Discord. You can learn how to very quickly and very easily identify the valve you need to turn for each pipe just by looking at a few different spots on those pipes. So for that reason, I honestly put the trial up a bit, because I find that kind of learning and stuff very, very cool. And it's probably the most advanced example of that in the game that I'm aware of at this current moment. Maybe there's even more complicated ones that are not even known yet, or that only certain people know about. But I find that really cool. So personally, I'm kind of between A and B tier. The problem with Grind the Bad Apples is that Gooseberry is kind of decently used, but not really. She's a bit similar to Coil. She's in Kill the Snitch. She's in one section, and then she's at the end finale and the very end of the trial. So I wouldn't say she's super threatening, because when she's upstairs in the area with the valves, a lot of the time, the upstairs area is quite big, so a lot of the time she can end up on the complete opposite side of the valve you need to turn, and you can just full turn it for free. And even if she's not, it's not that difficult to, turn it a couple times, then hide, and then wait for her to leave, because again, it is quite large. She'll wander away pretty quickly. And then the finale is honestly where this trial is let down the most, because you just have to push the boat into the grinder, and you can very easily just sometimes even just use one stun rig and it'll be enough time. One single blind will easily get you through it, even in a group, especially because the adrenaline will help you out from the blind. And Gooseberry is just also much less threatening on the finale. She will very willingly go on a very long walk elsewhere and not be a persistent threat. You can easily, for a long time, my strategy on this finale was just wait for Gooseberry to walk out of the room for a long time, and you can very easily push the entire thing. Now, I wouldn't say that's necessarily an instant inherent issue. That's my strategy on Pleasure the Prosecutor to this day, is to wait for Franco to walk out of the room and hit the buttons as he's gone. But it certainly feels a bit worse in these cases where, for Franco, it kind of makes sense for that to be the approach, since he's got the hit scan ranged attack. You can't really avoid him or easily lure him away without risking damage yourself. But with Gooseberry, it just feels like she's a bit too non-caring about you pushing the boat. That said, I think I'd still probably put it up in the A tier, just because the pipe skips are so cool. And of the original three, it certainly is still one of the better ones up there. I like most main trials, and they'll all probably be pretty high up in tier. Well, maybe not all of them now, looking at the list actually, but overall, I'm a fan of the main trials, and Grind the Bad Apples is certainly a solid one. I wouldn't put it, it's not the best of the best, but it certainly is pretty good. Next up, we have Punish the Miscreants, which is, of course, an MK challenge here on the Fun Park, and was one of the originals that was around when the game came out. And overall, I'm not a big fan of Punish the Miscreants personally, just because of the way it's structured. Well, not to jump ahead too far, but we will talk about Gather the Children of God, which came out after and is very similar, and is, in my opinion, a much better implementation of this approach. It is a cool trial because it introduces the barn area for the first time. Open the Gates also has the barn area, but that's a nice area to have introduced because it's new to the map. It's not available in the Grind the Bad Apples trial, but it's not that big of an addition, and then you are otherwise just traversing the already seen entire carnival area to get the children. Now, the problem with this trial is that you have to retrace your steps a lot, which is not that interesting. You have to go out to, you can get the one in the barn, which is cool and unique, and then you have to go out to the first section and get the child. Then the second section, you basically just have to keep going further and further, or you can do it in the reverse order, go all the way out to the final section, bring the child all the way back, then go to the third section. It's kind of gets repetitive in that way, and I'm personally not the biggest fan of how that's set up. One thing I do like about this trial, which also applies to Gather the Children of God, is the way you can learn where the buttons and children spawn, because if a button is in a certain spot, then the child will always be in a corresponding spot. So, you can learn like, oh, the button's here, so I know the child is over there. Or even at, an advanced level, you can just see like a piece of where the wire travels on the ground and then know where both the child and the button are. And I find that fun to learn, and it helps you definitely complete the trial more quickly. So that's a positive for it. It doesn't have like fixed objective locations, but it's just not my favorite. I'm honestly on the fence between C and D tier, but I think if I put Seize the Narcotics in C tier, I can't really justify putting Punish Miscreants all the way down in D tier. The objective itself is quite simple and not that interesting. There's a lot of carry the child around objectives, and the children are funny at times with their voice lines, but also can be a little bit annoying. An interesting point, as this is the first time it would be relevant, is that when you are carrying these mannequins, they do talk, and enemies can actually hear that very faintly, which is a kind of a cool thing. It introduces a bit of, skill of, at least remembering or knowing about that to be sure to drop the child before it talks so you don't get hurt, especially if you have like enrage or don't make noise. I think that's kind of cool. So I might put it somewhere like here. I don't know. Something like that seems okay. It's very average, It's not offensively bad, but it has some shortcomings. However, those are somewhat, mitigated by its positives, which are like the learning of the buttons and that sort of thing. So yeah, I think I'm okay with that position in the C tier. I for some reason feel much less sure of where I want to put these things as I did with amps or variators, because I don't know. Part of the issue is I kind of wish I'd done this in the past, because I feel like a lot of things that I would have previously rated very low might have slowly crept up over time because of the trial pool being diluted as it has been. And diluted normally is bad, but in this case, I think it's good, where trials that I normally probably would have maybe even put Punish the Miscreants like in the D tier before, because you would play it so much more often and it's quite uninteresting. But now, with there being so many trials, it's not that bad to do a Punish the Miscreants run. It's kind of fun to head back to the fun park, and even though that map itself is reused in 2 other MKs as well, that maybe is another minus for it. It, again, is also helped by that dilution aspect of it being more, more, I guess I'm using the wrong word, being less frequent. I was going to say more rare to go against it, but I mean, I guess those are the same thing. Whatever. You get the point. I think that works in its favor, and works in the favor of pretty much every trial on this list, even though some of them might not be as well affected as others if I really just still hate doing them, like Eliminate the Bass. But yeah, Punish Miscreants, I think I'm cool with putting in the C tier there. Moving on now to the other MK that takes place in the same exact map layout, actually, and was also the other one that was available on release. We have Open the Gates. And Open the Gates is, again, the same exact map layout as Punish the Miscreants, although it doesn't Punish the Miscreants has co-op doors to move between the sectors, which is kind of nice and has some interesting paths that can end up being available. Open the Gates is much more linear because you have to go through each sector to find the batteries to disarm and then get out, through that same gate that opens every time when you've completed those batteries. Overall, this is honestly can occasionally be quite a difficult trial. I didn't really mention the difficulty of many of the trials up to this point, but this trial is very cramped at times with Gooseberry. Oh, also, actually, another minus for Punish the Miscreants. Gooseberry is essentially not even in this trial, which is quite bad. She only shows up after you've put the last child in, and then you can just run past her spawn and make it to the shuttle. This was also a trial that was nerfed after Invasion came out. It removed a giant that was at the end, and Psycho made it a lot easier. So, yeah, a couple more minuses for it. I don't think I'm going to change the placement of it, though. But anyways, Gooseberry much better utilized on Open the Gate. She will basically be in the sector you are working on at all times. So she can be quite the menace, starting in the upper area. The enemy variety is also pretty intense on this trial. You have Night Hunter in 2 of the locations, maybe 3 if he sneaks into the final area because you were too loud, which is very weird for him. He's very sort of unique on this trial where he will very willingly come out into the light and search for you in the final area if you are too loud. That being said, I don't know. I, for some reason, don't like it that much. It's hard to put a reason why. I mean, the objective is very boring. I think is pretty reasonable. All you're doing is following wires and then disarming batteries, which basically amounts to what you would do for a door trap in any trial. It's obviously something that was in Grind the Bad Apples. It's one of the original trials that was out when the game first released, so it's, it doesn't have anything that interesting or innovative like we do nowadays. So overall, I take away some points for the objective being quite boring. That being said, it's kind of interesting, the interaction with the stun rig. You can potentially use the stun rig to hit batteries through the floor of the barn to open the first gate like quickly if you are super lucky or in a team with multiple stuns. That's kind of a cool little aspect to it, but there's hardly much of a learning thing to that. It's more of just luck and hoping you hit them with the stun throw. Obviously, you can learn where best to throw it, but it's not going to be a huge difference depending on where you throw it, as long as you kind of know where the batteries might spawn. So yeah, I mean, again, there's not a whole lot to say about it. It is cool that it is more difficult, than some of the other original trials. At times, though, you do need like variators to support that difficulty. What would I say for it? I think I would put this one down in the C tier as well, just because it's the same exact map as Punish the Miscreants. It is better than Punish the Miscreants, in my opinion. It's more fun to play. It's not as tedious having to go back and forth. But blocked paths can really screw you over in ways that are difficult, but also just annoying on this trial. Like, you almost always have to go through that one booth, which I can't remember what game it is on Grind the Bad Apples. The saloon one, I think, maybe. I don't know. But you always have to go through that one booth and then around and then through that other booth, through that door to get around the gate that is in the way. If you've played the trial, you know what I'm talking about. And it can just, it can be really annoying to actually get to the batteries sometimes. The barn is still used, which is cool, although you're going to have an easy time finding the batteries up there usually. The final area is often very annoying because there's one door near where the shuttle is that's basically guaranteed to be padlocked, it seems like, and that is very annoying because getting to that other side can be difficult. But yeah, that's one thing I don't really know. I kind of don't like it that much, but ever since padlock doors were introduced, there's certain doors in the game that are just like guaranteed to be padlocked. And I don't understand why they did that, or maybe it's just a consequence of how the generation algorithm works for the trials, but it annoys me quite a bit. So yeah, where do I want to place Open the Gates in the C tier? I don't know. You could place it higher. I could definitely see it being a bit higher, but it's just not that interesting to me. And there's not really much learning you can do. You can learn where the batteries can go, but there's not that many places, and the wires are easy to follow. I might keep it there because it does have some good aspects. The gooseberry usage is quite good. I mean, I could see it even going up into the B tier, but I think I'll leave it down in the A tier for now, or the C tier for now. We'll see if we want to revisit that later, but yeah, that's Open the Gates. Drill the Futterman is a trial that I might rate higher than some other people. It's a cool trial. I like it quite a bit. Just because, I mean, throwing things at targets is just fun. It'll never not be fun to hit things with hearts, and just like, it's fun on Grind the Bad Apples, Drill the Futterman. You hit the targets, you get through, and it's something you can do very quick. You can learn to do very, very quickly as well, because there's not really a ton. Well, there's quite a few target spawns, but they're quite loud. You can very easily hear them, and just running over to them and hitting them quickly is often quite easy, and again is quite fun. And this trial is not necessarily a complete joke or pushover like you potentially might expect if you've seen people play it, because you can get some pretty bad variators on this that will give you a lot of trouble. Countdown can be kind of scary on here because time extenders might be more scarce than you'd expect in the lower areas. The lit up area with like Enraged or like Enraged Deep Burn, and the Giant is over there, can cause you quite a bit of trouble because it's all lit up. The dark area is usually no problem at all. It's also cool in that it's the first trial in here where you start together, but then are required to split up if you're in a team, which I find an interesting approach. Of course, we already had Release the Prisoners and Seize Narcotics where you start separated, but this time it's kind of reversed where you start together, but you basically split up right away, and then you reconvene again at the end for the ending run to the shuttle. So I think the structure of it is really cool as well. It also uses the interior of the root canal as opposed to the carnival, which was already what Open the Gates and Punch the Miscreants uses, so it gets some bonus points for that. Gooseberry is fairly irrelevant on this trial. She only shows up at the very end, but she can harass you quite heavily when you're trying to get the button pressed and get to the shuttle, so she's not as irrelevant as on like Punish the Miscreants. And overall, I like the way it's structured where you get to the office by doing all the targets, and then you have to leave through the upstairs, but the upstairs is a bit less impactful than it maybe could be. It's usually very easy to just get out of there very quickly, and the enemies that are there aren't usually going to bother you. Also weird on this trial is that if you get a variator like the gates that we saw on like Teach the Police Officer with the the sweeper things, the motion detector gates, or like sound gates, or any sort of like environment altering variators, are only going to be really showing up in the upstairs area. Just that's how this trial's RNG works for some reason, and that I think is a bit lame and strange, and also can be punishing for like permafrost, because a lot of the time there will be like no barrels around the entire downstairs, although you can use the flamethrowers for the objective. So yeah, overall, there's some pluses, there's some minuses. For me, I just like running around and hitting targets with hearts. I think I'm going to leave it here in the B tier, the first one that actually is going to stay in the B tier. I definitely personally prefer it to Open the Gates or Punish the Miscreants, but I can understand why some people might not rate it as highly, because the trial is not really that interesting aside from just speed running through it and whipping hearts all around the place at targets. So yeah. Moving on now, we have a very, very similar trial, which is Deface the Futtermans. And I think this immediately loses some points because Drill the Futterman came out first, Deface the Futtermans came out after, and it is very, 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 very similar. I mean, you are doing pretty much the same thing. You're collecting hearts and hitting Futterman targets to get through the trial. It is more section-based, where it's very similar in, I guess, structure to Open the Gates in reverse. However, instead of hitting batteries to open those gates, you're hitting targets. The big difference in between these two trials, although in this one you are outside in the carnival, Drill the Futterman, you're in the root canal, the targets are much, much more annoying to hit on this trial. They will move erratically. On Drill the Futterman, they just move smoothly from side to side on their track, and you can very easily predict or, slightly account for their movement and hit them. On this trial, not only do they move erratically, there's also little blocks of like fencing on their track that they can hide behind, and that will block your throwables. Those don't exist on Drill the Futterman. They're completely wide open and free to hit. And they will sometimes these things are so rage baity. They will just like hide behind the tiny block of fence. Like the fence probably blocks like 15 or maybe like 20-ish% of their entire track, and they will just hide behind it and just be like going like this and then like peek out for half a second and go back behind it. There's this one target in particular that seems like pre-programmed to rage bait you to the maximum degree in like the second section that's on top of this little hot dog cart or some garbage. It can be really frustrating because you will just miss and feel completely robbed because of the way they move, and it's hard to predict. It maybe isn't even possible to predict. You just have to be patient until they go to a spot where they're like near an edge, and you can pick a location that will certainly hit regardless of its movement. It's really annoying, but it also introduces some skill to it. Much easier or much more difficult to actually just sprint through and just hit every target easily, like on Drill the Futterman. So yeah, it also has some cool mechanic, or not really a mechanic, but a cool aspect with the diner in the middle, where you can open it up to get access to another heart soup, and pretty much everybody who runs this trial will do that every time because there's not really any reason not to. But it is completely optional because you can go all the way back to spawn and get more hearts if you want for whatever reason. So I like that little additional mini objective in the middle of the trial. And this trial also implements the built-in exit rush mechanic in one of the best ways. I think it is similarly good in Eliminate the Legacy that we'll talk about later. But this trial did it first, and it is much better than it is on Eliminate the Past, and Seize the Narcotics I think shouldn't even have it at all for how lame it is on there, so that's obviously not a discussion. At the end of the trial, or kind of at the end, once you've completed the first 3 sections, you have to get a regroup at a button, and then when you press the button there'll be a little lore cutscene thing where Gooseberry will yell and be like nobody leaves mother or whatever, and the party never ends. And then the door to the barn will open up, or the gate that's in the barn to upstairs will open up. But the door to the shuttle, which leads out of the barn, will not open up. And you will have to go upstairs in the barn and hit 3 more targets, although these ones, importantly, don't juke, because if they did, it would be really, really annoying because the shuttle also arrives at that moment. So you have to go upstairs and complete an additional section basically of the main objective, and then go downstairs and get out before the time runs out. So I think that is a really, really fun and really cool implementation of the automatic exit rush mechanic, and honestly brings this trial up quite a lot for me just because of the implications of that. Even though at this point, as we've played it a lot and we know all of the different potential spots where the targets can be up there, it's usually not a big threat anymore. I still think it's really, really cool. And honestly, I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. I feel like just because of that, I might place it above Drill the Futterman, but I might actually just leave it here where in the B tier, just below it. I don't know. I mean, the main part of the trial is often quite annoying and frustrating with the way the targets juke and everything, and I don't find that it adds an enjoyable level of skill expression. I mean, you can partially attribute it to aim, but also it's just kind of rage bait at the same time. Like, you can have perfect aim. Honestly, and this is not, before you say it's cope, this is not cope. I even went back and watched one of my VODs where I swear I didn't actually miss, and I literally went frame by frame, and the heart, I was aiming like right here, and my throw went like to the right of where I was aiming. Like literally, you can. I wish I actually took a clip of it or something, but sometimes it doesn't go exactly where you throw it, and you can see this happen a lot when you're trying to throw things at enemies. Like sometimes I'm aiming at like straight ahead at an enemy like this, and then I throw it and it goes like that, like for like a stun rig or a brick or something. So sometimes there's some quirks with the throwing, and when it's combined with this annoying juking, that can make it monumentally frustrating at times. So yeah, I think I'll put it here. I definitely would say I prefer it to like Open the Gates and Punish the Miscreants personally, and it competes with Drill the Futterman, but only because of the really cool ending sequence. Otherwise, I would vastly prefer Drill the Futterman just for being more fun to play. But still, cool to play, decent amount of learning of where targets are located, and overall really enjoyable with that exit sequence. Up next is Redeem Your Freedom, which might have been the first trial, or is it still the only trial? I think it is still the only trial that doesn't have the something. It doesn't have the in the middle of it. It has Your Freedom, which immediately gives it a small amount of points. Not really, but I think it's a cool thing that they broke the trend of verb the noun, as haters like to say, even though it is still quite similar. I would like to see them continue to make more interesting trial names in the future like that. Redeem Your Freedom is a trial that takes place inside the root canal, which is good because, again, we already had Punish the Miscreants and Open the Gates outside, and then we additionally got Deface the Futtermans outside with only Drill being inside, so having another one inside the root canal is cool. However, the objective is not that interesting. For some reason, I kind of like this trial a little bit, but also I don't like it for a few reasons. Wow, I can't even speak. Initially, when we saw this and we knew it to use the tickets, it was kind of an assumption that it would involve the same sort of mini games that you do to get these tickets on Grind the Bad Apples, but that's not the case. You basically go around the root canal and find the ticket dispensers and just pick up the tickets. So the objective is pretty boring in that regard, but the thing that makes this trial more interesting is the enemy density in it. Also for Deface, by the way, I keep forgetting to mention like the prime asset usage. I think Gooseberry is intermittent on Deface, which is sometimes interesting, sometimes not. Usually they're not out for long enough in these intermittent cases to be that interesting. So I normally wouldn't really even consider that a plus or a minus too much, but at least they're used as opposed to like Punish the Miscreants. So yeah. Redeem Your Freedom. You have to bring the tickets all to Gooseberry's office, and she camps around there quite heavily, although she will go on some pretty big excursions upstairs and give you some time to bring the tickets in. But overall, the map layout is pretty cool on this trial and can be quite annoying at times, honestly, with blocked paths in certain scenarios where you want to go to a certain place and have, especially upstairs, it can be quite cumbersome, but downstairs as well. You can learn pretty easily where the tickets will spawn, but the problem comes in solo and in groups where you're with maybe people who are less experienced or are working on the secondary objective or whatever. For some reason, there's 5 tickets downstairs, 5 tickets upstairs, and for some reason, you can only carry 4 tickets at a time. So in solo, you have to at least do 3 trips. If you do 4 tickets and then, at least 2 tickets and then another 4 tickets. I just don't understand why they wouldn't just let you carry 5 tickets so you can do downstairs and then go and do upstairs. It doesn't really add like a meaningful additional challenge. It just makes it more annoying where you have to run back to the office, more than you should have to, I guess. Kind of in a similar vein almost to Seize the Narcotics, although to a much less extreme degree. But yeah, it's not great for that. And it just seems so random and arbitrary why they wouldn't allow you to just have all of the tickets, I mean, it's fine that there's a limit, but why would it be 4 and not 5 when there's 5 on each level of the trial? I don't know. So that's a pretty big minus for me. And it would honestly probably be here, right here at the bottom of the B tier if that were the case. As it is, I think I'll probably put it down into C tier, although probably at the top of C tier. I definitely think I prefer it to Open the Gates. Although it is just like hard to really say why, because it's not that it does have it's quite difficult at times. Like the enemy density is quite high, especially upstairs. You will be hounded quite heavily, so that might be a good reason for it, because it does provide some decent challenge, especially with hard variators, and can be a little bit spooky. So that's a good, I think, positive side of it. And so yeah, that kind of makes sense for me. And then the ending is usually kind of similar to Drill the Futterman, although you can have someone pre-run the button in a group, which makes it easier. But overall, it's not that complicated of a trial. Overall, pretty cool, and I'm a fan of it in general. And then lastly, for Fun Park, we have Beguile the Children. Beguile, whatever you want to say. I say Beguile the Children. I don't know. Who cares really how you say it? But this is a very interesting MK because it is kind of similar to Teach the Police Officer on Police Station, but to a whole nother degree, because it adds almost an entire new map to the Fun Park itself. Like in the Fun Park, you have the Outdoor Carnival and the Root Canal. And then this basically adds a third section of that size. It adds the Illusion Castle area, and it's just completely new. And it's probably the most amazing environment in the game. There's so much detail, so many cool little things you can notice on every playthrough, with like crazy illusions at times. There's like the big small room and the mirror floors, infinite room and stuff. It's just awesome. The pit floor with the optical illusion of the pit. It is just such a cool map. The map is easily S tier, no doubt about it. Unfortunately, it is brought down by the objective. I'm not a big fan of the objective on this trial. While it is cool to have the symbol keypads be introduced, and I'm not too mad about the heavy object gate. It's not that innovative of an objective. At the end of the day, you're bringing film reels through heavy object gates, but the weird thing comes in with the RNG involved. There's a very similar trial to this in terms of the objective and how it's completed, which is on the shopping mall that we'll talk about much later. But it's very similar in this case, and it's worth bringing up because you basically have 3 heavy objects, because the first one's a tutorial, that you have to bring to certain locations to see the symbols. And they're numbered 2, 3, and 4. And then it's random which projector you need to bring each one to. And there's one projector on the middle floor, one upstairs, one downstairs. And you can learn their spawns and know more easily where you're going to end up needing to bring these reels. But it still remains the fact that you will have to bring a reel to a projector, and then it's like only a 33% chance that that's where it needs to go. And if it's wrong, you then have to bring it to a different projector where it's then... does that have the variable change effect, and then it's like a 66% chance that it's correct, or is it 50%? I don't know. I think it's 66% to be correct on the second one, because that whole Monty Hall problem, whatever you talk about. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, because it could still be wrong on the second one. Then you have to bring it, let's say you check the middle floor first with a reel. It's wrong. You then check upstairs first. That's also wrong. Then you have to bring it all the way downstairs to the basement, and that will be right. And then by that time, you have all the information to know where the other ones go. I just don't really like the guess and check. On Fabricate the Scandal, you can go to the location first, check the... in that case, it's the mannequin. Check the mannequin legs and know which mannequin needs to go there. Then go back and get the mannequin and bring it there, so you don't have to schlep a heavy object around the entire map to test and guess and hope that you get lucky and get the correct, you choose the correct one. So I think the objective is brought down quite a bit just by the guess and check factor as it is. That being said, the map is so good that I would probably still put this trial is it A tier or is it top of B tier? I don't know. The map is just so cool, and we've had Fun Park for so long. This is the newest trial on Fun Park, that getting this whole new area of it was like magical. It was, again, it's basically almost like a whole new map. It's like half of an entire map very easily. It's a huge area with 3 levels and so much detail and cool stuff in the environment. So it does carry it very hard. But I mean, maybe I should just put it top of B tier. Like the fun factor of the objective is quite low for me. And, I might even consider, no, I don't think I can put Drill the Futterman above it. It's just too cool. The map itself, I think. But yeah, I'll probably put it in the B tier, although Grind the Bad Apples Grind the Bad Apples has the pipes are too cool. And then Teach the Police Officer, yeah, like I find that objective more interesting, even though Teach the Police Officer kind of has a similar like guess and check approach. You're not carrying around a heavy object. And also on Teach the Police Officer, something I didn't mention, you can sometimes, like if the rooms are in the admin area, you can look through windows or use the blinds to see if the reel is in that room. And then if it's not, you can ignore it. You can also use X-ray on Teach. None of that's possible on Beguile. So yeah, I think I'll leave it here for now. Maybe we'll revisit at some point. But we'll see. I'm so uncertain of these placements. We might need to do like a final look after placing everything and make any updates needed. But that is it for the Fun Park. And next up we have the Orphanage, which should be fun to talk about. So of course for Orphanage, the main trial is Cleanse the Orphans, which does get quite a bit of hate for being too easy, and I do think the final encounter is pretty egregiously bad, since the prime asset Gooseberry doesn't even come out at all. So that certainly loses it a lot of points, because the sort of the staple of main trials, especially at this point in the game, are the final kill sequences where the prime asset is there and trying to stop you, and it's kind of the whole what the whole trials build up towards. So I do think the final sequence is seriously lacking. I mean, you literally just freely saw the legs off of the guy, and it is quite underwhelming in that regard. Additionally, it's sort of poked fun at for being sort of just almost as short as an MK, and while it can be speedran, the same can be said for many trials. Like I have a sub 6 minute speedrun on Grind the Bad Apples from my days of grinding for the pipes video, so I wouldn't say that inherently takes away from it, but it is usually a bit easier than pretty much any other main trial. The only really potentially dangerous sequence is most of the time the classrooms where you're doing the reels, and even then that is often not too bad. Although you can have some issues with like reinforcement, like Pitcher being out in the courtyard when you're looking for keys and being annoying. So yeah, overall I don't hate it, honestly. A lot of the more recent trials, like basically if you break it down, there's pretty much 2 kinds of main trials. There's one where for the majority of the trial, you're working on one overarching objective, like kill the Snitch. You're pushing the Snitch and opening those gates to get him through. And then Grind the Bad Apples is kind of a blend where you're pushing the boat, but then you also do the side quest of the pipes and you have the thing beat before it. But like Cleanse the Orphans falls definitively into the other category, where it's just multiple small objectives and that you would then eventually do the final kill. So you have the radios, then you have the reels, then you have the keys and the generator kind of as one, and then you do the kill. More recent trials have leaned more towards the overarching objective. Pretty much since Downtown, Pledge the Prosecutor, you're doing the big witnesses and capture points all in sort of one big objective. Liquidate the Union is mostly one big objective of pushing the guy, but it's split up into several segments, kind of like Grind the Bad Apples. Politician is, again, kind of a mix, but also just sort of having the whole map open to you is kind of a part of that, which is interesting, where, you know, you're doing multiple things, but you do the fuses and then the boxes and then the math. So that one honestly does lean more into the multi-step one, but somehow feels more open. Despoil obviously has the bigger objective of completing the auction the entire time. And then TV Studio, which is the newest one, is more into the old version. So maybe I feel like they're more open even though they're not, just because Cleanse the Orphans is something I've done so much. I know much better than the newer ones. But yeah, I guess that's part of why it's maligned. But basically there's two different types of the main trial. And I like both types, to be honest with you. I like both the small objectives, you know, that you complete many of versus the overarching ones. So I wouldn't necessarily count it down for that either. I do think basically the biggest issue with it is the prime asset usage and the final sequence in particular. Gooseberry does come out for the radios, but is hardly a threat really most of the time. And then she doesn't come out again until the very, very end of the trial, doesn't even interrupt you during the final kill sequence. But I do think like the basement with the Night Hunter can be quite annoying at times, although he can very easily be stunned or whatever. And the key finding is not too bad either. So honestly, I don't hate it as much as some people do, but I think it does need to be quite heavily criticized for the way the final kill works, because that is like the central iconic thing of each main trial. So for that, I probably do have to put it all the way down in C tier. If it had even a Grind the Bad Apples tier final kill where Gooseberry would even just like show up and then maybe wander off into the basement and be fairly irrelevant, I would probably give it the nod to go up into the B tier, because again, I think it's a bit overhated, but definitely has quite a few things going against it. So yeah, we'll go with Cleanse the Orphans fittingly in the C tier. Moving on now to the MK challenges, we have Feed the Children, which is, again, one of the classic MKs that has been around since the game's release. And although it is quite simple, you just have to go and get the bleach and bring it back and pour it. For some reason, I quite like this MK. I hold it in higher regard than some of the other originals for some reason. Maybe because it has quite nice enemy variety, and it also introduces some pretty cool new areas to the map that Cleanse the Orphans doesn't explore. And those are possibly some reasons, although Foster the Orphans takes you to somewhat similar areas, although the chapel, basement, and outdoor courtyard are not available. The pool and laundry, which are the main new things, are on Foster as well. But I don't know, for some reason Feed the Children, it's fun to do. It's usually pretty speed runnable. And is overall quite enjoyable. Now, prime asset usage is quite low on this, and honestly, I might have had it here at the bottom of B tier if it was pre-Invasion, because for whatever reason, when Invasion came out, they basically removed the only slightly difficult part of this trial, the sort of final encounter of it, where you would regroup in the cafeteria, press the button, and then be locked inside, and then Gooseberry would come in and kind of try and find you and harass you before the gate to let you out opened. And as the gate opened, there would also be a grunt at the door that led to the shuttle. And it could, I mean, at that point when they removed it, you know, everybody who was experienced at the game was completely comfortable with the segment, could easily deal with it. But still, it added some tension to the trial ending. And now they've completely removed that. You just hit the button, run to the shuttle, hit the shuttle button, leave, no threat, no risk, nothing. It's pretty disappointing, and I think a pretty bad precedent to set, where things will be changed in every aspect of the game to cater to Invasion, which I really don't like. And yeah, I think it's really sad that they removed. I mean, it, like, at the end of the day, it's not that big a deal. I'm not, crushed over it, but I do think it significantly damages the trial, the individual trial, Feed the Children. I think it makes it much less interesting because there's no longer that segment. It's now very easy to just completely speedrun. You at least had to slow down and take a considered approach to the ending prior to this change. But now it's just completely free, and also essentially removes Gooseberry from the trial. It makes it very similar to Punish the Miscreants. And so I think makes me want to put this down in the C tier as a result, probably just about right here, maybe above Release the Prisoners, although it's close. But definitely slightly better than Punish the Miscreants because it's more of a branching out. You start at the spot and then you go it's like an X shape almost. Although I guess Chapel you go just up and downstairs, whatever. You get the point. It's better laid out in terms of how you go and get the things. But yeah, very sad to see that loss of the ending of that trial. And I hope that doesn't happen to anything else in the future. Definitely. And honestly, I wish they would revert that change regardless. So, yeah, that's Feed the Children. We have Foster the Orphans up next, which is a fairly cool trial. I personally quite like the radio's objective. For some reason, a lot of people don't like them, but there's a lot of skill expression in completing the radios. You are able to learn how to complete them more quickly, and you can always get better at it pretty much. I still feel I do radios pretty quickly, but there's times where I mess it up. And if I was, just theoretically, if I was a complete robot who, was I was a task that was doing it as fast as possible, you could do it so fast because you could immediately line up all three without having to actually look. So there's always room for improvement on that objective, which makes me enjoy this trial a bit more. It's also speed runnable at times, but can often give you trouble with blocked paths, which can be often present on high levels, difficulty trials. There's the enemy variety is a bit lacking at times. I feel like you often don't really encounter the enemies very often in the courtyard, where you can usually sort of go around to fairly safely, even though there are enemies around there. For some reason, it seems like just with the way the objects are laid out in the courtyard, you're often quite safe in there. And also the RNG of the radio placements is quite impactful on this one, where you can get much more difficult or much easier trial depending on where they are, especially if there's one on the chapel side deep in the dead end. That can make it a lot more difficult if you get spotted by the giant. I think this trial would go up quite a bit if the radio, if the entire chapel, courtyard, upstairs, and basement were open, because that would make the radios much more spread out and would use more of the map. Although that would make it a very similar map layout to Feed the Children, you still have the lobby and the entry area to the lobby available, which is not in Feed the Children, and I just think would make it a much more interesting trial overall, because as it is right now, it's kind of just half of the Feed the Children map almost, with the pool and the laundry and then the cafeteria areas. So yeah, it doesn't add anything super interesting new in terms of map, but personally I prefer the objective, and it's quite fun to play. And the final encounter of it is a bit more interesting, where you have to hit the button and go out, and there's usually a giant, and Gooseberry comes out as well. So although it's very simple and doesn't have that much interesting going for it, overall I think it's pretty solid, pretty fun. I'll probably put it up here in the B tier, maybe right here. It is, it's pretty enjoyable. Whenever I look at Deface, I think, that's not that great. But then that ending exit rush is just so cool. So I feel like I can't really rate it down too much with that in mind. But yeah, probably around there in the B tier, I would say for Foster the Orphans. It's a solid, fun trial. Not much to criticize about it, personally. Next up here, we have Gather the Children of God, which we mentioned earlier when talking about the Fun Park and Punish the Miscreants. And I just personally think that this is just a 100% better version of Punish the Miscreants. And it does utilize the sound detector gates, which can be annoying at times, to be honest with you, especially when you're trying to get the children out of the orphanage and to the van. And the giant that patrols the van can become sometimes annoying to deal with, but they wander away quite often, so it's not that annoying. But the main thing that makes it better is you enter the orphanage, you have the tutorial child kind of right in front of you, and then it's like a three-way branching path. So you start here, and then you have to go left, right, and middle, kind of, because the middle is sort of towards you, so it's it basically, you don't have to retrace your steps so ridiculously much as you do on Punish the Miscreants. And that, in my opinion, just makes the layout and design of the trial better. Now, the trial itself, I don't think is that great. Just overall, just because, again, I'm not the hugest fan of carrying the mannequin children around, but again, it has the same aspects as Punish the Miscreants, which I do like, which is like learning where the button and children are corresponding to each other, where the wires go, and all that sort of thing. So it's very similar. It also has a more interesting ending, even though it's still fairly easy, where you will actually have to probably interact with Gooseberry and the Giant when you run and hit the button, because Gooseberry will come out after you put the last child in, and it can be a bit more threatening in that regard. So that's also better compared to Fun Park. And also Gooseberry is out and about a little bit in the trial when you're looking for the children. She'll be like usually around the girls' dorm messing around and potentially finding you. So pretty much everything that Punish the Miscreants does wrong is mostly improved in Gather the Children of God. And although it's not the most interesting trial overall, I'd still probably put it in a fairly decent rank, because there's nothing super horrible about it. Like, the sound detector gates is probably the worst part just because they're annoying, but there is some level of skill in making just enough noise that it doesn't set it off, and also potentially using it to your advantage to block X-Pop who are chasing you by closing it on them and by making a lot of noise. So honestly, I've talked myself out of putting it in the C tier. I might just leave it here in the B tier. I think it's a fairly good MK, and definitely improves on the idea of Punish the Miscreants. Although it uses pretty much the same format, it is just better in pretty much every way, in my personal opinion. Next up for the orphanage, we have Reunite the Family, which is kind of a weird MK. Whenever I think about doing it, or whenever I see its name and load up into it, I'm like, I don't feel, I don't want to do this too much. This MK is kind of boring, kind of sucks. And then when I'm actually doing it and completing it, it's like, it's okay. It's pretty average, pretty middle of the road. It's a little bit weird in that it is very similar to like just the finale of Cleanse the Orphans in a way, where you need to fuel the generator and then get some keys and unlock some things. You just don't do the execution step, and obviously you don't have the prior radios and film reels. But yeah, it's okay. It has some kind of interesting things about it, where there's the gate in the kitchen that is switchable with that button, but that's like the only new mechanic it introduces. You do have to use the panels on the wall to open up the keys and make them available, but those are used for generators themselves. This actually, let me look at the list we've done so far. I think this is the first trial that actually just puts them on the walls by themselves, which I don't really like, because the panels are RNG. I really do wish, and I've always pretty much said this since the game came out, I wish there was a way to just look at the panels and like the way the wiring is set up, or some way to know which button would flip two switches at once. Because as it is currently, you just have to hit the buttons randomly and hope you hit the one that flips two before you hit it. Before you hit the one that also gets flipped, so you can complete it on your first try. It's just completely random. There's no skill to it. Obviously, there's a small amount of skill in clicking the buttons quickly, but that hardly really matters. So I'm not a huge fan of the panels themselves, and then just ripping them off the generators where they're at least used as part of a more interesting, larger objective, and putting them on the wall themselves is not something I'm a huge fan of. It's kind of interesting that the side which is open by default at the start is different each time, and then the one that isn't open is where the one that isn't open is where the fuel ends up being. But I don't know. I think this is a pretty middle of the road MK for me. At the end of the day, I'll probably put it somewhere here in the C tier. Probably a bit similar to Feed the Children, although I might put it a little bit lower down. It's definitely better than Punish the Miscreants. Honestly, Punish the Miscreants maybe goes below Season Narcotics, and kind of flirting with the D tier there. I'm not even sure about that. Yeah, something like this maybe. See, it's interesting because when I'm placing them on the tier list themselves, it's like I feel like I know where I want to put them, and then I look at what else is in that tier and where I want to compare it to it, and I end up thinking like, oh, this is actually better than this trial, so I should move it. But I don't know. It's an interesting aspect of the trials tier list, as opposed to like the variators and I mean the amps tier list, I think in my opinion has the most objective facts about it, and then but the variators tier list, they're a little bit harder to directly compare, so I didn't really have this sort of thought process. But it's like, you know, do I prefer doing this trial or this trial more? I'm kind of leaning towards this, and I feel like I want to bump Open the Gates down a little bit, just because I'm not the biggest fan of it personally. I don't know. Cancel the Autopsy is so simple, but it's enjoyable to complete, which is a pretty big factor, I guess, in my opinion. But that is the last trial on the Orphanage. Orphanage is kind of, you know, fallen behind a police station and fun park in terms of MKs. We might expect another Orphanage MK at some point, but the way things are these days, we only get basically 4 MKs a season, with 2 coming out on the release day of the season and 2 coming out at the mid-patch. So in order to keep having MKs even showing up for the new maps, like Resort only has 1, TV Studio is going to need to get at least 1 in either the next patch or the Season 7 patch. It's kind of hard for them to even add MKs to old maps. Maybe we would get 1 old map MK per season. Like in the Season 7 update, they could have maybe added an MK to an old map, but instead we got Escape the Lies, which they called an MK, but is secretly like kind of a main trial almost. But yeah, that would be like the one slot. And then with the mid patch, we probably can expect another Resort MK, I would assume, and then maybe one for the TV Studio, or maybe that will be an old one. I don't know. We'll see. But like the next map, Courthouse, even has more than Orphanage, I think. So I assume we'll probably be getting another Orphanage MK at some point here in the near future, maybe, or maybe Franco will get another one. I don't know. Anyways, we're going to move on now to talk about Courthouse. And Courthouse, of course, the main trial is Vindicate the Guilty, which is not my favorite main trial. I know some people really like this one. I think the objectives are fairly interesting. The witnesses are quite a controversial objective. Some people hate them, some people like them. I think they're pretty cool, and I think it's especially cool the number of things you can learn about how the witnesses work and how to manipulate them and make them easier to kill in one cycle before they leave through the EIG. They're a very dynamic objective in that way, and I think that's pretty interesting. The puzzle boxes I also like quite a bit. It's pretty fun to have a little timer and, you know, try and find the things quickly, although sometimes those numbers are in some devious places. I also think it is a little bit of a shame that you only have to do 1 puzzle box in solo. I think it would be nice if you still had to do 2, but then only 1 acid maybe, because the acid objective I don't really like. It's somewhat interesting that it restricts your movement, but you can at any point just drop it on the ground and run if you need to, or jump, or whatever you might be restricted by. I definitely think that the acid, or an objective like the acid, would be potentially more interesting, but not necessarily better if it didn't let you drop it either for some reason. Like you had to lock into carrying it. That would make it kind of more interesting, because it would prevent you from just immediately dropping it and going, but it would still be, I mean, that would probably be worse gameplay wise and would suck to actually have to deal with. So I don't know. I don't really like the acid that much, because it just makes you be slower than you otherwise would have to when you're moving it, and unless you're greedy, you don't need to, you know, you can easily drop it at any time. That being said, so all the objectives on the Courthouse are pretty fine. The final kill is pretty cool. Coil is a little bit hit or miss on it. He can be a threat, but will occasionally just never even show up. But still, I think it's a fine final encounter. Also, for prime asset usage in general, for Coil, he is down in the evidence area, which also this trial did introduce the rig disabling zones, which are an interesting mechanic, although as you become more experienced, they're not really that impactful at the end of the day. But still, it's cool, and I like the mechanic, and it's a good idea to limit players' options in certain areas only, instead of, you know, just having no rigs on the trial or whatever. So he's down there, and then he is also at the finale and at the ending. So, you know, it's pretty fine usage of him as a prime asset here. And yeah, overall the objectives, everything is fine. Now the reason that I hate this trial is very simple. I've talked about it literally since the trial came out pretty much. If you go back and watch, I have numerous playthroughs of Vindicate the Guilty on my channel during any weekly or event it was present. I always complain about the over tutorialization of the trial, and it's especially prevalent because there's only one evidence and one acid required, because you have to go through this laborious process. I mean, the cutscenes, there's cutscenes in every trial. This trial, I think, probably has the most cutscenes out of any, where you're in the courtroom and they talk back and forth. Those are, you know, okay, they're part of the story of the trial and the lore, but then you have to go do this entire, you know, mini puzzle box, which is completely free to complete. You have no danger, and the numbers are easy to see, and then carry that over the fountain. Then you need to go get the acid. Like, the tutorial acid could very easily be like 2 steps away and just have a sign or some information tutorial that tells you not to run with it. You don't need to put it so far away in another room and then you have to slowly walk it back to the fountain. And then the witness having 3 bulbs as a tutorial is just so excessive. 2 would be more. I mean, 1 is plenty, because we have an MK escape the courthouse where there's only 1 bulb on the witness as a tutorial. I mean, maybe they're assuming you've played Vindicate the Guilty, but I mean, I don't know. It's just like, if you're someone who's experienced at the game and you don't have super fried variators that make the objectives themselves difficult, half the time of this trial would be watching cutscenes and doing tutorials, which I think is just kind of egregious, and I personally am just not a big fan of the trial because of that. I'm personally going to put it down in the D tier. It is better than Sabotage the Lockdown, but yeah, it makes me just dread loading it up every time because I know I'm going to have to sit through so much nonsense. And I know this is probably lower than most people would put it, but I don't know. It's just built up over so long. I've complained about it for so long that it's just kind of I have a bit of resentment for it almost, the trial itself. And there's tutorials in every trial, which I take issue with in general, but this one is just too far over the line, and I think still to this day should be reworked somehow. But that's Vindicate the Guilty. Next up on Courthouse, we have Escape the Courthouse, which is a pretty good MK. It's pretty fun. It involves the witnesses only, which is interesting because it's kind of like an open the gates scenario where you have to kill a certain number of witnesses and open the gates as you go through by killing them. And I would say overall it works pretty well. The fun part about it is learning all the different ways you can potentially get that 1 cycle on the witnesses, particularly the 3rd final witness, which always spawns from the same gate, or the 3rd area final witness, which always spawns from the same gate and will be, you know, have 3 bulbs and require the most effort if you aren't able to 1 cycle them. So that's pretty fun and overall enjoyable. Coil is not very threatening on this trial. I think he only shows up at the very end after you've killed all the witnesses. He's not around throughout the trial. That's on Fuel the Release, where he's hounding you throughout the trial. So pretty bad prime asset usage, but the enemies are otherwise fairly threatening. There's pretty good variety in the enemies as well. The Berserker is present, he's a rare sight these days, which is cool. And yeah, overall, I think a pretty good trial. I would probably put it pretty high up, to be honest with you. Not much to complain about on it, I wouldn't say. It's fairly consistent. The witnesses don't have that many places to go to, but there's always just inherent RNG with the witnesses themselves, how they might behave a little strangely, or, you know, if you have enraged, that's just a whole nother fried issue. But yeah, I would probably put it up pretty high, maybe up in the B tier, maybe even A tier, especially as far as the Courthouse is concerned. This is probably my favorite MK on the Courthouse for the most part, especially in solo. In groups it can get a little bit annoying at times, but still I think it's quite good, and I would put it pretty highly rated personally. I know a lot of people that don't like witnesses might lower it down, but I think this trial's placement on the list just goes to show you how much I hate the tutorials in Vindicate, because the witness objective is one of the bigger parts of Vindicate, and I like the witnesses clearly here, but Vindicate's tutorials just, I mean, destroy it for me. Speaking of destroying, Moving on to Destroy the Evidence, which is a trial that I absolutely despised when it first came out. And I know a lot of people to this day still really, really hate it. But once you learn the way the gates work, there's basically 3 different states the gates can be in, 3 different versions of gates you will receive during the trial. And once you learn them, particularly the learning which gates are open to let you into the courtroom itself at any given time, the trial becomes a lot more manageable and a lot more enjoyable because you have the knowledge to either preempt a gate switch and go somewhere in advance, or no one's coming so you can leave the acid bucket in a certain place and come back to it once the gates have swapped. Those both definitely make the trial a lot more enjoyable. That being said, it's still not that great. I don't like the timed gates as a mechanic, regardless of the fact that they are learnable. They're annoying, and you can just get unlucky with timing at certain times, and just as a result either have to wait or go around a long distance, which is a pain in the ass because this trial uses the acid, which is, again, as I talked about in Vindicate, not my favorite objective, and combined with the timed gates results in a lot of the time where if you do get that unlucky situation where the gates swap at you're just barely not able to make it and they swap on you, I will rarely decide to actually go around. I will just sit around and wait, and that's a choice, sure, but it just feels so terrible to have to go around a long distance in a roundabout way with the acid in tow. So yeah, it is cool that you can learn the gates, and I think that gives the trial a lot of potential, more fun. Honestly, I keep looking at Open the Gates and wanting to put it down further because I don't know. It's just there's something about it. I think I would put Destroy the Evidence somewhere in the middle of the C tier. Learning the gates and stuff is really cool, but I just don't like the acid mechanic, and the gates are not that great either. So even once you learn them, if you don't know the gates and are completely just think it's random, like I could easily see it being D, even F tier for people. But learning the gates makes it manageable and more fun, in my opinion. And Coil's also used fairly well here. He patrols the courtroom fairly reasonably and then shows up at the ending, I believe. So yeah, this trial also can be pretty scary on exit rush, especially if you don't know the gates. So yeah, overall, I think pretty decent and not a bad one to put in the middle of C tier here. Pretty average. C tier is kind of like the average-ish area, and C and B. B is like slightly above average. A is great, and S is just like top tier, but godly. Next, we have Fuel the Release, which is basically like hard mode Sabotage the Lockdown in a way. You have to do three generators, but it does suffer from very similar issues to Sabotage the Lockdown, those being it can easily be very quickly speedrun, and it has static objective locations. That's also another pretty, well, it's a plus and a minus for Destroy the Evidence, because having to find the acid and then having it in awkward places, needing to move it, would be annoying. But on Destroy the Evidence, the acid always spawns in the same place, so there's no dynamic item finding either for the objective. It's just dealing with the gates, which is not enjoyable to me. So that's another thing I would put down on Destroy the Evidence, I guess. Fuel the Release, static objectives as well. There is a 50-50 chance that you have to either go evidence side or library side after completing the first generator, and that will barely make a difference. Going library side is generally worse because you're in the light and the grunt can get in your way, but either way you have to go. You can still very quickly run straight to the middle generator. It's going to be an extremely rare case, if it ever happens at all, where you'll have to take a long roundabout route to get to the middle generator. And once you're at the middle generator, getting to the third one is completely free by going through the mail room. So yeah, the objective itself, not very interesting. Enemy usage is pretty good on this one. You have a giant at the beginning that can get in your way. I think the Night Hunter's back there too, but Smash can skip the majority of the beginning of this trial. And then Coil and the Giant both harass you on the last generator, which is fine. Overall, it's fairly fun to do, but it's just a bit boring, I guess, like Sabotage the Lockdown. I would certainly rate it above Sabotage the Lockdown, probably somewhere. I feel like I want to put Destroy the Evidence actually below Feed the Children. Feed the Children, I think, is very simple but enjoyable in a way. Fuel the Release, I would probably put in a similar place. Probably, honestly, right up here with Feed the Children. They feel very similar to me in terms of my enjoyment level. Like, I don't dread going into them. I don't have any big problems with them, but they're not that interesting or that special that I would put them that high up. And honestly, is Release the Prisoner? No, Release the Prisoner is not that interesting. Yeah, I think I'm okay with where things are at the moment. Foster the Orphans is maybe, and Gather the Children of God are maybe a little bit high. I don't know. I don't want to put everything in C tier. I feel like I mean, it does end up being a bit of a bell curve, which is probably the way it should be at the end of the day, but whatever. I'm not talking about the tier list meta too much. Next up for Courthouse, Tilt the Scales of Justice, which is a pretty cool MK because it unlocked the upper area of the courthouse. That's one thing I didn't really talk about yet. But the other MKs are just in the normal area of the courthouse, the one that you see in Vindicate, the first floor, and the courtroom and all that. So Tilt the Scales of Justice gets some points in being the first MK that actually expands upon the courthouse map. The courthouse is probably the map which has the least expansion of any with its MKs, which is kind of sad, but also it's still a fairly big map even without those bigger expansions, so it's kind of fine where it is. But we get to go to additional areas of the second floor, and there's a big outside area for the ending and beginning of the trial that is interesting. But the additional areas on the second floor are pretty cool and make the give you an interesting perspective, because you see Coil up above the courtroom in Vindicate, and then you get to go up there in this trial, which I find enjoyable. The RNG on this trial is kind of weird because there's one room that almost always has an evidence head in it. Very rarely it doesn't. So that one you can kind of go to every time and expect it to be one of the rooms you need, which is kind of weird. But overall, I mean, I'm a decent fan of the blacklight number puzzles, and they definitely reward additional runs of completing this trial over and over, so you learn the potential spawns of numbers. But like I just mentioned, with that first room being often or almost always picked, there are certain rooms which are very, very rarely ever picked, so it's kind of skewed, and it will be harder to learn some rooms than others because you'll get them so infrequently, which is kind of weird. I think it should just be an even distribution of rooms that you can get, any of them at the same frequency, but that is definitely not how it works right now. That being said, it's kind of just like a more interesting version of the go get something and bring it somewhere MKs, which are, kind of like I would probably, I mean, it's fairly good. I'd probably put it up here near Gather the Children of God. I would say it's better than Gather the Children of God. It's a similar heavy object MK, but you do have to bring them to a specific spot, and also there's the blacklight puzzle instead of just a button to press. Interestingly, it also uses the sound gates, which Gather the Children of God uses. I didn't even think of that, but that I mean, they're just kind of annoying. They very rarely, if ever, have a big impact. They just make you wait a couple extra seconds, but still worth mentioning that those are on there. As far as Coil, he is not the most interestingly used on this. He is present for the entire trial, and he will occasionally spot you while you're dropping off a head, but as long as you stick to the side corridors and don't go down the middle when you're going to the rooms which have the puzzles, he will basically never be a big threat. And he doesn't show up very quickly at the ending either, so I would say that loses it some points, but it is, wow, I'm just kind of realizing how very similar it kind of ends up being to Gather the Children of God in those ways as well, where it has it'll have a giant at the end, and then Coil will come out just like Gather. But again, I do think Tilt is more enjoyable overall. And honestly, I'm considering actually bumping Foster the Orphans down a little bit, potentially between these two. I don't know. We'll see if I decide to change that at some point. But yeah, I think I'm pretty... Honestly, Beguile, the environment... Can the environment really carry it this much? I think it kind of can, to be honest with you. But the objective I really don't like. Like, if it was ranked on the objective alone, like I said, it would probably be, like, in the D tier, maybe. I don't even know. It's not very good. But anyways, last trial for the Courthouse. And sorry, no, 1 second. Okay, last up on Courthouse, we have Sentence the Prosecuted, which uses a very similar map to Tilt the Scales of Justice, but is actually also allows you to go down into the courtyard where the fountain is on Vindicate. And this trial reuses the decoders and symbol aligners, which is introduced in Poison the Medicine and also used in Empty the Vault. Personally, as a mechanic, I don't find it that interesting, I guess, at the end of the day, but I do really like to see where the symbols line up and where they show up on the map. That ends up being fairly enjoyable. Some of these ones on this trial are just kind of annoying to find for whatever reason. I don't know. I guess I don't particularly like the upstairs of the courthouse map layout in general. I find it quite annoying to navigate at times, especially the yellow side or the construction side. It ends up often being a pain and for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at the trials there, but yeah, it's cool kind of that it ends up spelling a word, like the daily Wordle for trials or whatever. Coil is similarly not very difficult and annoying, just like on Tilt, although probably he's more present on this trial just because you have to be more exposed and are down in the main area centrally, then he can spot you more easily. But yeah, still, I don't know. It also has rigged. One of the sides will be disabled rigs, which is randomly switched back and forth, which is pretty cool as well. That they reuse that, and it's potentially random, but doesn't really come into play that much because both sides are pretty much completely in the dark, and you don't usually end up tangling with enemies too much. There's a Night Hunter by the larger room on one of the sides who can be very annoying at times, but most of the time they don't present that big of a threat. And yeah, overall it's pretty middle of the road, nothing too boring, nothing too interesting. I would probably put it in the C tier here, probably above Fuel the Release in this area, maybe Feed the Children-ish. Kind of, yeah, probably something like this. Maybe even bumped up a little bit because it's, I guess probably the only reason is because it's newer, but yeah, somewhere like this. I don't know why for some reason I want to bump down Reunite the Family a bit. I feel like I prefer doing Feed the Children to Reunite the Family at times. Yeah, it kind of gives me the same vibes as Fuel the Release almost. I don't know. I'm very indecisive with this, as you can tell, so we'll definitely have to redo this at some point in the future and compare how I rank things. But that is everything for the Courthouse. Next up, we will be discussing the Toy Factory. And the Toy Factory, of course, starts off with Pervert the Futterman, which is a trial kind of similar to Destroy the Evidence that I really didn't like when it first came out. For whatever reason, really, I don't quite perfectly remember, but I know many people, and people probably still do to this day, struggled with the boxes quite a bit because the conveyors, if you miss the box, I think that's one thing that I would kind of say is a bit of a negative for the trial. If you miss like the box at the B, like getting the B box off the conveyor, it kind of takes way too long to go all the way around. I think it would be cool if there were a button somewhere that set off a loud noise when you're using it, but allowed you to speed up the conveyor and make it just go faster. You had to be there holding the button for it to happen, and also it would make a loud noise. That would make this trial a lot more enjoyable because you would have an active role in doing something, and you wouldn't have to just sit around and wait, which just ends up being boring a lot of the time. But since its release, I've come to enjoy it a bit more. It's definitely a lot easier now to just go through. It's kind of cool having the box number that you have to remember, and then also the keys being in unique locations that you have to remember, I find quite cool. It also has the A sector, which is fairly scary sometimes depending on variables because you're locked in there. If you get Jaeger and Cold Snap going on, things can be quite scary in there. One thing I would say is a definite negative for it is the way it works in multiplayer, where you have to do 2 A boxes, which I think is really stupid. It makes you have to just sit around and wait for an extended period for no real reason. It should be 2 B and C boxes instead, and it said it's 2 A and B boxes, so you have to have the whole team in there the entire time, and you can only get 1 A box, and then you have to send it, put it on, and then you get the next one. It would just make way more sense to have it be when the map opens up fully, and then B and C are what you need, and to get 2 of them, while the other people can be doing secondary or getting the keys or whatever. But otherwise, I think the objective is pretty good, and I would say that the usage of Gooseberry is fairly decent in the main portions of the trial. The basement part at the beginning is fairly solid as well, although can be quite annoying with the screamer who is constantly going off at times. But overall fine. And Gooseberry can be a bit of a hassle, especially during the A box segment, and she will be roaming in general throughout the factory as you are working on the rest of the boxes. She's pretty poorly utilized for the finale, you could say, although it's a little bit difficult to say what they would otherwise do, because this finale works in a bit of a weird way where you have to, I almost think they should just remove the garage door and barred doors for the end of this trial. Why did those really need to exist? Because Gooseberry is intermittent at the finale, which is very weird, and I don't think is done anywhere else, unless you count Lilia, which you kind of shouldn't. So you can just wait for Gooseberry to leave, then turn the valve and pump the fire, as much as you want. Also, I haven't really mentioned it as far as the victims are concerned, but obviously this was pretty brutal. Overall, I personally just think the story and lore and the way the trials play out is pretty much always just super cool and well done. Although Grind the Bad Apples is maybe not as interesting with it just being wooden children in the boat, but overall I don't really have many problems with it, and I wouldn't say I'm looking to talk too much about the narrative of the trials themselves. But yeah, that's just something I figured I'd touch on here, because a lot of people do consider this to be one of the more brutal ones, and pretty horrible at the end of the day. But regardless, you can pump the fire usually without much interaction or threat from Gooseberry if you just wait for her to leave. If they removed the barred doors and the garage and just had the area open, kind of like how it is on trials that MKs that we're going to talk about here, Gooseberry could be in the trial the entire time and then just end up wandering those halls back there looking for you while you're trying to turn the valve, and then maybe she'll hear you or end up roaming back when you're pumping the fire, and she could just it would be a much more normal finale at that point. And the garage and barred doors don't really add much of anything to it as it is, except for causing that restriction to need to be in place, because right now as it is, she couldn't really be out the entire time. I mean, maybe she could. It would end up being quite difficult and probably similar to Kill the Snitch almost. Although you could lure her behind the incinerator, so even in its current state, it would still be better if she was permanently out. But I think it could also be, applied in the same way as many other main trials and most of the modern main trials, where she could be out the whole time but still have a large wander range and go out and do random things if the garage door wasn't in the way. So, yeah. The finale's brought down quite a bit by that, but it's still fairly good, and the objectives are decent. The conveyor belts, again, I think could use an additional tweak or two, but are still fine in their current state. And yeah, rip to the C-Box skip. That's a tragic loss, but yeah, overall a pretty fine trial. I'd probably put it in the B tier for main trials, and maybe you know, somewhere around here. I guess I'd probably put it above Beguile. Overall, it's pretty good, and definitely one of you know, better than Cleanse the Orphans for sure. I could even see it going into the A tier, but I think the finale brings it down too much. Grind the Bad Apples has not the greatest finale, but it's probably better than this one, arguably, because Gooseberry's out the entire time. I don't know. The early trials, aside from Snitch, honestly have some issues with the finales, kind of. Maybe they all do if you're... I mean, I don't know. It's tough to judge. We still have... I mean, I'm not even certain that Snitch will stay in S tier, but for now, I think it does go there. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Pervert the Futterman. So we can move on now to Toy Factory MKs. The first MK we have here to take a look at is Crush the Toys, which immediately goes in the F tier because it made us lose the 3,400 escalation run that I had going with the community. Just kidding. But this is the trial that we did eventually lose that run on in a very unfortunate series of events. But yeah, Crush the Toys is an interesting MK. I think I prefer its usage of the conveyor belts quite heavily to Pervert the Futtermans because you can be a lot more strategic about your timing, since the distance that the boxes need to travel is much shorter, and therefore you can kind of just like wait until you either have a good opening or even use something like a rig to give yourself an opening to move even multiple boxes at once and then immediately pick them up. And that removes a lot of the issues I have with the conveyor belt mechanic to begin with, which is the downtime and you know, waiting for the objects to come around. So overall, I mean, I think it's a pretty good MK. It uses the faulty generators, which I think is this actually the first trial on the tier list that uses those? It might just be. And I think it was the trial that introduced them, if I remember right, although that was a while back, so it's hard to be sure. And those are a cool mechanic. They're used in a couple different places now, particularly for heat on the resort. And overall, I think they're, you know, a good reuse of an existing mechanic, which is less complicated to utilize, but then has you know, farther reaching effects in the environment elsewhere. And yeah, you obviously turn the black light on with the generator. This trial, I think, is another one that I didn't like as much when it first came out. I feel like that's often the case, although there's some trials that I immediately like and then start to like less as I play them more. And then there's some that are just always good. But this one, I think I definitely started off not liking it very much and then have grown to enjoy it more as time's gone on, just because you get a better sense of timings of when you can do the generator, and also just knowing where all the boxes really are helps out quite a bit. You know, even just the routing and knowing how to get, I mean, pretty much every generator is quite close to where the boxes are at, but I feel like I struggled at times when first learning this trial to even get into the Sector C rooms sometimes, and also the ones in Sector D can be strangely blocked off in different paths. So yeah, it's a trial where experience helps a lot, especially for that and for knowing when is a good time to use the conveyor belts. So yeah, overall, it's pretty enjoyable. I'm honestly kind of not the biggest fan of heavy object gates. I haven't talked about it too much in all the other trials that have them, but yeah, I do find them a bit annoying, and they also lead to weird quirks, which is kind of cool tech where you can block it on purpose to prevent an X-pop from going through it. Like you can make the Jaeger leave on this trial by blocking one of the heavy object gates by holding a box in front of it, which is a cool tech, but I guess it's partially because of the way they interact with certain secondary objectives that you can get in escalation, like the boxes and the water, which are even more of a nightmare on Pervert the Futterman, but on this trial can be quite annoying because you'll have to utilize the conveyor belts. Previously, you couldn't even use the conveyor belts for other heavy objects. They patched that a while back, so it's actually doable now, but it is honestly a pretty big hassle. So that's something I guess I would just mention, but overall, I would say that this is a fairly decent MK. I don't really have anything against it too much, and I think it's better usage of the Toy Factory Pervert the Futterman Trials conveyor belt mechanic. I think puts it solidly in the B tier here for me. Probably somewhere around tilt the scales. Something like this. Maybe it goes below tilt. Honestly, these are very close in my eyes. I'll just leave it like that for now. But yeah, overall, Crush the Toys, pretty good MK. I like it a decent amount. And yeah, I definitely have grown to enjoy it more as time's gone on. Next up, we have Incinerate the Toys, which is the sort of, companion trial here, although it is very, very different. And this trial is the other of the sort of two layouts, which we have for Seize and Release the Prisoners, where players will start separated in groups, or if you're in a solo game, you will start on one of two different sides, which I think is, again, a very, very cool mechanic. I kind of like how it's done in this trial better than in the police station, because there's only two. So if you're in a group of 4, 2 people will be on each side. But I think it could still be a really cool mechanic to have it be 4 separate ones. It's just like on the police station, it's almost like the sectors are too small, or some of them are, and it's too easy to link back up. Whereas on this trial, you have to almost do the entire objective, and obviously you each have like an entire half of the map to work with, and you have to almost do the entire objective to sync back up with your team. So I think like that's a pretty good aspect of it. It utilizes this split up mechanic, which I enjoy quite a bit. It's also just like a pretty hectic trial. It is something that can be done very, very quickly, but if you get bad variators like Enraged and other things that will make enemies more reactive to your activities, you have to push this really, really loud cart through enemy-infested areas, and it can honestly be more difficult than you might expect at times with difficult variators. So personally, I like this trial quite a lot. It's fun to do because it almost, my preferred approach to it at least almost feels like it encourages you to kind of, for whatever reason, just YOLO through the trial almost. Even when you're going for A+, you can kind of create a controlled chaos environment in there where you're constantly dodging enemies while moving the cart forward, and it really works well for that for some reason. Maybe because of how the environment is laid out down there, which is a bit more chaotic and sort of has a lot of corners you can go around, a lot of rooms you can dip in and out of in different directions, and quickly lose an enemy like that and then get back on the cart, and then maybe they'll come back and get you, but you've already moved it a bit. I don't know. I think the environment works really well for this trial, and it has decent amounts of randomness, even though it is a pushing trial. You're pushing an object. The cart or the track can go multiple different ways, and then there's 2 keys you need to find on either side, which can be in any of the rooms down there. And you have to go check the sign to get in. So yeah, I think it's a really good one. I honestly might throw this one up in the A tier for MKs. I really enjoy it quite a bit. Probably more so than, I'd probably put it at a similar level to Teach, even though Teach I think would be up higher because of the map implications, with the map being really cool. Also, as far as map implications for Crush and Incinerate, there's not really much new, I don't think. It's kind of hard to even determine exactly the differences, because this uses like the basement of the Toy Factory, which is very different in Pervert the Futterman. It's like fragmented. You go into some of it at the beginning, you go into some of it at the end with the pipes, and there's also the garage doors on it in that. There's the whole incinerator area is vastly different. So it is a bit hard to even think of what exactly has changed between these, but Crush the Toys and Incinerate the Toys have very similar areas of the map available, but they are much more differently divided. Whereas Crush has the 4 sectors, Incinerate has 2 halves of the map. So yeah, it is it's a little bit hard to even define that, but I think it makes good use of the map. And there is one more trial that's also in this same area, but compared to like the Fun Park, in my opinion, the Toy Factory does the reuse of these areas much better for whatever reason. The Fun Park, I guess maybe for Toy Factory, the objectives themselves end up being much more distinct in the MKs than they are on the Toy Factory, or sorry, on the Fun Park. Whereas in the Fun Park, you're doing, you know, punish the miscreants, open the gates. You're going through the same areas, and then like bringing the children back versus just going through the gates is not that different. And then, you know, Deface the Futtermans is literally open the gates backwards, but with targets instead of batteries. I don't know. Maybe that is just like a kind of, I mean, that's obviously highly subjective, but it's almost like a nebulous, hard to even define myself feeling. But it's just like a realization I almost just had, that we have 3 MKs in the basement of Toy Factory, as the same way we have 3 MKs in the carnival area of Fun Park, but I have much more fatigue on the Fun Park layout than I do the Toy Factory. So yeah, that's just something I guess is interesting. So like the Toy Factory, like if Incinerate was on like some new area of the Toy Factory, was like new and innovative, might even go up to the S tier for me. I don't know. It is really enjoyable in my opinion, and you know, it can definitely be hectic at times if it goes wrong. Next here we have Shutdown the Factory, which is a kind of boring MK. I don't know. It's got some interesting aspects to it. It uses the alarm doors, which are kind of cool, and it actually makes effective use of them. I didn't even mention them on Pervert the Futterman, almost because I forgot they even existed there. Because on Pervert the Futterman, you use an alarm door, and then the alarm goes off. Sorry, one moment. All right, sorry about that. I think I was talking about the alarm doors where, yeah, on Pervert the Futterman, you open the alarm door, the alarm goes off, an enemy will come out and search kind of the surrounding area, but then will pretty much leave pretty quickly, and they won't linger very long to annoy you and sort of actually make opening the alarm doors a decision. It's pretty much just, you can just do it on Pervert the Futterman, not care about it at all. Regardless of variators, regardless of situation, especially because you are probably just going to run through all of them at once while you're collecting the information that you need for the trial, including the box numbers and the key locations. And by the time you circle back to those areas to actually look for the keys, for the most part, it's likely that the enemies will be gone by then. Whereas they're utilized much better on the Shutdown the Factory, because the enemy who comes out, if you use an alarm door, is out for the entire trial. And especially in Sector D, where you need to lift the garage door to get inside and get out at the end, having 2 giants in there instead of just the one can make it a lot more difficult to actually leave the factory. Speaking of garage doors, though, one thing, I don't know, I'm kind of 2 minds on it at this point. I think it's quite bad on Pervert the Futterman. So I'm kind of having some thoughts about lowering Pervert the Futterman a little bit, because I'm thinking of these things that I find less interesting about it that are kind of missed opportunities. But on Pervert the Futterman, you go down to the basement, there's a garage door there. A long time ago now, although, you know, it wasn't possible for quite a while in the game, even after 1.0. Nowadays, when you lift a garage door, an enemy can grab your legs from the other side and pull you under. And on Pervert the Futterman, if you have like Enraged or something, it can just be a huge pain in the ass to even get inside the basement safely as a solo player, because that grunt will just constantly be there. And you just, I mean, unless you have like evasive maneuver, even then you'll take damage, but not as much. You just can't really do anything. On Shutdown the Factory, at least, there are 2 garage doors, so you can open one to kind of bait the giant to go over there, and then open the other to maybe safely get through. I don't know, that's not as big of a deal, but I do think, yeah, the alarm doors utilization is much better. It's kind of cool concept of, you know, you have to hit the buttons to get out, and all the map is slowly closing down as you get out. It's kind of the opposite of how many other Trials and MKs work, where you're opening up the map as you go through it. So I find that concept quite interesting. However, the path to getting there is a bit boring, because it's just the generator panel flipping that is on the wall, which, as I mentioned before, could be more interesting if it actually had some sort of skill-based aspect to identifying the switch that will do 2 of the lights. So yeah, I think that if Shutdown the Factory had like a real interesting objective for the to enable the buttons, I think I would rate it a bit more highly. Even if it were just like another reuse of the targets or something is more interesting than the panels, although that might be too many times. I don't know. I definitely lean more towards the uniqueness and more interesting objectives in general when it comes to my opinion of a trial. So having to just go running around flipping panels and then is not like, that's definitely the worst part of the trial. Definitely is the thing that drags it down. Whereas everything else, like it's reusing the upper area of the toy factory, which was not utilized in any of the other the first two MKs or the next one that we're going to talk about. So that's a good thing that it's using a different area of the map. But yeah, I still don't think it shines that highly because of the fact that it has the panels. But I think I would probably still put it. I don't know. I might put it in the. Might put it down in like the C tier here. I feel kind of similarly to Redeem Your Freedom. Like Redeem Your Freedom, I like the trial concept and the idea, but the fact that all you have to do is just go pick up the tickets is what brings that down a lot. So it's kind of the same thought about Shutdown the Factory, where all you have to do is go flip some panels, and but the rest of the trial is really cool, the idea and concept. So it's brought down by the actual objective, and but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm good with it in the top of the C tier here. Although I will say, Shutdown the Factory is a very scary trial on Exit Rush in particular. If you can't get that garage door open safely, you are maybe going to have a bad time. So yeah, that's an interesting thing to point out, but not really going to affect the rating or anything like that. So yeah, Shutdown the Factory could be better, but is honestly just pretty middle of the road for me. Next up, we have Fumigate the Factory. We have shut down the factory, and now we need to fumigate it. Could potentially be the concept. Now, this takes place in a pretty much identical map layout almost to Incinerate and Crush, but again, it is used in a bit of a different way. It's fairly similar to Incinerate, where it's like half and half, but there are some things that are available on one that aren't on the other, and it also uses an objective that we don't really see very much, which is it's kind of similar to the pipes from Grind the Bad Apples, but there are not any valves which are incorrect, so you can't get it wrong. If you find a valve, then you have to turn it to complete the trial. So that takes away quite a bit of the learning aspect of it, which obviously exists in Grind the Bad Apples. However, there's still some learning because valves will spawn in kind of like a preset pattern that you can learn. For example, on the green side, there's a red side and a green side. The green side, there will be a valve either in the hallway, the laundry, or the bathroom at one of those places for sure. And then there will be one in, I don't remember the name of the room, but it's like in front of the electric room or the electric room. There's like two rooms connected by I think it's a crawl space or a door. I don't remember. I think it's a crawl space, but yeah. One of those two rooms or the electric room, and then there will be one outside. And there's similar rules for the red side, so I think that gives it some points. I would rate it pretty similarly to like Crush as well. It's enjoyable. I find it fun. And also, one thing I haven't talked about on these trials, which I probably should have done since I had been doing it in the past, is Gooseberry's presence. Gooseberry is quite a big threat on Crush the Toys often. She will frequently visit the center room, which has the crusher, and you will spend a lot of time in, and requires your management to be careful when you go for the actual conveyor and when you want to use it to actually get the boxes through, because you have to be aware that Gooseberry might chase you off. On Incinerate, she's not very well used, which I think is definitely a minus for it, although I still quite like the trial, so I'm probably going to keep it where it is. She's intermittent on there, which is just never a good thing in my opinion, and the same is true on Shutdown the Factory. She's also an intermittent threat. On Fumigate the Factory, she's a bit more threatening. She will come out permanently, but she will only be on one side for the whole trial. So yeah, that is potentially threatening. If she is, I think she's quite a bit more of a pain on the green side than the red side. Red side's a bit bigger, at least I think so. But yeah, that's a good, I think she's used more properly on this trial than on most of the others except for Crush, so that's some bonus points there. So yeah, overall, I mean, I probably would put it maybe like something like right here. I think it's a solid B tier trial. I enjoy it quite a bit, and I think the objective is cool. And it's also very cool because as you complete the objective, the gas that we first saw on like Poison the Medicine, and we'll see more on other Docs trials, that like is like poison gas in the air, starts to fill the trial. So you have to be a little bit careful about how you do things, especially if you're planning on completing the secondary objective, because once you do all the valves on one side, the entire side will be filled up with the gas, and you'd have to either be quick in and out of that area or go into hide spots to dissipate your gas buildup. So that's another, I think that's a really cool aspect of it. The ending is also potentially interesting, but is fairly fairly generic most of the time. It has the potential though, like, because you get locked in, the gas fills the area and Gooseberry comes out, but you can usually just hide in a hiding spot and then get a free exit after that. But still, it's an attempt and is definitely potentially interesting, especially if you have like limited hide spots too, and there's nowhere to really hide, although there's quite a few hide spots in that area, so you usually have at least one still. But yeah, I would say Fumigate the Factory, quite a decent Toy Factory MK, and put it in the B tier. The final Toy Factory MK we have is Flatten the Foreman, which came out quite recently. I haven't played it all that much, but from my experience, it has quite a few mechanics and is kind of interesting, but it ends up being almost, I guess, too easy. Like there's so many things in it that none of them are really utilized to their full potential, I guess. It utilizes the unstable microwave triggers as well as the gates, which we first saw on Cook the Informant, and you need to go around and find the little yellow bulb in the environment, which you then destroy with the microwave trigger, one-time use, and that will open the gate nearby. And this can make navigating the environment a bit of a decision-making process, a bit of a challenge, but once you've done the trial a few times, you'll come to realize that the best thing to do is just open the gates in a straight line on the bottom floor, because there's always, 3 gates, the ones that you close on Shutdown the Factory, funnily enough. You want to just open those up, and that's pretty much all you have to worry about, because there's no real need for you to go between sectors with, in the actual sectors themselves. Like, there are gates that divide the sectors that you can open with the triggers, but there's no real need for that, because all you're doing in these sectors is going and finding a key in each. There's 4 keys. You find one in A, B, C, and D, and then you bring them back to the start, put them in, push the button, and you can leave. So that kind of mechanic and aspect of it is pretty much non-existent at the end of the day. All you have to do is open those one. It's 3 gates, right? One between A and B, C and B and C, and then C and D. Yeah, so you only need to get 3 microwave triggers for the trial, and then just go and open those gates, and you're pretty much home free to get through the entire rest of the map from there. Because the way the RNG works, there's those are the only ones you'll ever need to open. There's not going to be a required one anywhere else. You just need one to be able to get between each of the sectors, at least as far as I can tell. There's also the addition of the difficulty system making an appearance, which is the thing we talked about quite a bit in Eliminate the Past, which you'll see down in F tier. It's much better utilized here, although the system itself is still not that interesting, to be honest with you. Basically, for this case, as time goes on in the trial, the longer you take, the difficulty system will tick up, and as a result, more X-Pop will be introduced into the trial and released and kind of be a bit threatening, and it'll basically increase the danger in the environment. The problem is that it pretty much doesn't really make a big difference, no matter how high the difficulty is. Sure, there'll be more X-Pop around, but the environment is quite big, and you're never really going to have some like ridiculous difficulty spike. Obviously, the number of variators you have on the trial and the difficulty of those is going to be a big impact. Like, if you have a lot of high difficulty variators, then adding more X-Pop will definitely increase things more, but that's more so because of the variators. So because of that, I think a much more interesting way to do this difficulty system, both here and on Eliminate the Past, although I don't think it would maybe be possible in the way the game currently works, but as the difficulty ticks up, what if it added variators to the trial? Like, if you get all the way up to difficulty 10 or whatever the max is, you get enraged enemies added to the trial, which is a very, very high spike in difficulty. I think that would be pretty cool, because right now you pretty much ignore it. You really don't care that much, and even if you do, you can quite easily complete this trial with the difficulty system barely getting up very high, because you can complete it very quickly. So yeah, that's kind of just like a tacked on thing that doesn't really feel that important. And the main objective is just opening up the map, which can be done quite quickly, and then finding the keys, which usually isn't too hard, as long as you know where the rooms are, which is a bit of a learning experience, which again is definitely a good thing overall. But I think, yeah, I don't know. It tries to do a lot of things at once, and none of them are really that deep and interesting in this trial. So, but that being said, though, it is enjoyable. I don't know. I probably have a bias to newer trials because they're fresh and enjoyable to play because they're new. But I'll probably leave it here at the bottom of B tier. I think if with some improvements, it could be really, really good. Because also one more thing, it also uses the built-in exit rush mechanic, which is cool. But on this trial, if you hit the button and run immediately, the shuttle won't even arrive until you're basically outside already. But even if you stay to watch the flattening take place, you have 3 minutes, and all you have to do, again, if you do the fairly obvious and default strategy of running straight to the straight through the middle as you open up the gates, you just open up the middle gates. You have a straight shot to the ending, guaranteed, and it's you have 3 minutes. You just have to get there and open up the garage door. Now, opening the garage door can maybe be difficult, especially if you have a high difficulty level on the trial from taking a long time with it. But at the end of the day, it's not really that threatening. And again, I still think Deface the Futtermans and even to a lesser extent Eliminate the Past did the built-in exit rush mechanic much better. So, yeah, that is my opinion on that. And the last thing we have to say about the Toy Factory. So now we'll be moving on to the docks, which should be an interesting discussion we'll have here. So first up on the docks is Poison the Medicine, the main trial. And I'm going to say it right now. I know some people might not agree with me on this, but this is my least favorite main trial in the game, and I'm going to put it down at the D tier. I don't think it quite deserves F tier. I think it's still decent, and just it's fine. It's functional, but I really think it has a lot of shortcomings, and for some reason I just hate doing it as well. There's like for almost every single one of these placements, there's that difficult to pin down intangible feeling you have about the trial, the vibe, do you like to do it? Do you like to load up into it? And then that can be kind of hard to explain why or what causes that. But I just don't like Poison the Medicine. Honestly, it is close with Vindicate the Guilty for being my least favorite. They are both similarly bad in my opinion, but for different reasons. Because although kind of the same at the end of the day, because for Poison the Medicine, you have to do one of my main gripes with the trial is the first few portions, particularly the one where you have to do the drug packets that are already present when you arrive at the lab. I see no reason for that to even exist. If they really want to keep the cart push both ways, then just have you push the cart immediately. And maybe not immediately, but just have like one drug packet be like in the trade window already waiting for you. And then you can learn how the drugs work before going and getting all the rest from the train depot. As it is right now, having to go all the way over there, move 2 packets yourself is really annoying on solo. And even in groups, it's just like, I don't know, and there's just a one grunt around. I just really don't like that portion of the trial. And then you have to push the cart all the way to the train depot. Then there's the decoder tutorial, which doesn't take too long. But I don't know. I guess it feels like there's so many different little steps to this trial, and none of them are really all that enjoyable, because this trial also introduced originally the poison gas and poison gas canister mechanic, which I personally really don't like. It's one of my least favorite mechanics, similar to acid, which was introduced by Vindicate the Guilty. So kind of seeing a pattern there. You have to go into Chemco to get the poison to poison the medicine, and the entire area is filled with the poison gas, which is also present on Flatten the Foreman, but I think it's used much better there, as it's, you get to kind of choose when it comes into the trial. Here, the entire area is mostly filled with it. There's some safe parts of it, which are like in the dark, which don't have the poison. You can also hide in a hiding spot to reduce your gas buildup. But I just don't like it. I just don't like having to deal with it. And it's one of my main gripes with it, to be honest with you, is the vagueness of it. You really can't be 100% certain when you're actually going to start taking damage, because the only way you can tell how much gas you have built up is kind of the gas that's around the edge of your screen, and that is not very clear. And I personally sometimes will not take damage when I thought I was definitely going to before getting to safety, and then sometimes I'll take damage when I thought I had plenty of time to make it to safety. That is, I guess, just a skill issue at the end of the day, but it seems to be vague for no reason, especially because nowadays we have the warmth meter. That just introduces a very easy and very, in my opinion, obvious way to make this much more enjoyable to interact with and much less annoying. A lot of quality of life would be with just this one fix. Just add a meter for how close you are to taking damage from the poison. They could do the same thing with cold damage as well. Right now it just says freezing, and it doesn't give you an indication of how close you are to actually taking damage from that freezing. I think that would improve that particular mechanic quite a bit. I still probably wouldn't like it too much, just because, I don't know, I generally don't like things that require this sort of micromanaging, which is a similar issue with the acid. It's just like, okay, I'm carrying this poison, and most of the time, you're perfectly safe, and then you just have to drop it and stare at it for a couple seconds while it dissipates around your screen, and then you pick it up and keep moving it again. Or if you're in the actual gas area, 99% of the time you can get through it without having to go in a hiding spot, because there are, again, quite a few areas which don't have gas in them. But even still, if you do need to use a hiding spot, you just jump in the hiding spot, have to wait a second for it to dissipate, and then you get out. That's obviously a potential danger with enemies spotting you going in, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the poison mechanic as a whole. And then you have to do the whole cranking thing, and then this trial was the first one that actually introduced an objective that utilized your inventory so heavily. We obviously already had the witnesses from Vindicate and the resulting MK, which had the microwave trigger, but that was much less obviously of an issue. This trial, in solo, at a minimum, you have to bring 6 drug packets from the lab to the bottom of the ship, and so it's kind of weird that the meta approach to it is to like pre-run them. But I don't think that's necessarily an inherent negative. It just feels very odd when compared to other objectives in the game. So that's just it took a lot of getting used to for me. Like when it first came out and it was like, you have to take these in your inventory and bring them down and put them, and it was like, I need to bring 6. I really didn't like it at first. And so maybe some of that is still lingering. Right nowadays, I'm perfectly fine with these types of objectives, but it is kind of similar to, it's like a micro version of the reason why people in general, and personally myself, don't like Seize the Narcotics that much, is having to do multiple runs of the exact same activity, retracing your steps directly, with usually not very much danger at stake. Especially in this case, it's more dangerous on Seize. But as far as the finale is concerned, the finale is fine. The kills are a bit uninteresting, almost. I mean, we're quite used to these ridiculous, over-the-top, gruesome kills, and while it is pretty brutal having to bring down the saw and cut open the mules, if for whatever reason it just doesn't hit as hard as some of the others. Maybe they are a little bit less expressive. They don't really talk. They just kind of scream when you're cutting them open, and otherwise go like, and they wiggle around while you're stuffing the drugs. Maybe that's part of why. But as a victim, I don't find them that compelling really at all. Franco is present at the finale. He will come down there, although occasionally he doesn't even come down there at all. Like, he sometimes won't even show up. So he has a pretty big wander range. I think because Franco is programmed with the assumption that you are going to be going back to the lab to get the drugs and bring them back. But if you are a smart player, or even if you've done the trial twice ever, you should by that point realize, I can bring these over to the stairwell prior to hitting the button and make it much easier and quicker and safer for myself. So Franco will often just be off in nowhere land while you are doing this by yourself. That being said, when he does show up, he can be quite a menace down there. So I think he's utilized fine. As far as his utilization in the rest of the trial. He is in the train depot when you're trying to do the decoders, and that's also pretty fine. I mean, he's okay. He's in the trial, and for it being his first trial, I think he's utilized reasonably fine. He's also at the ending, which is a pretty big open ending area in comparison to many other trials. So that's another little thing that's good about it. And I do like the decoder mechanic. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't really make up for the rest of the gripes I have with the trial, because I think that the fact of the beginning needing to do the drugs and then push the cart, and then you get the drugs from the station, push the cart back, and then do the drugs again, I just really don't like that little loop. I think removing the initial drug packet transport will both make the beginning better and make the part afterwards when you do the drugs again better, because it'll be kind of like your first time doing it. That trial you just have to do it the one time. I think that would elevate both sides of it personally. So I think that would be definitely my preferred change. But also the stuff with the gas and yeah. I think, for me, Poison the Medicine, going to go down in D tier. Do I put it? I can't. I guess I can't. Can I really put? I can't. I don't think I put Sabotage the Lockdown above it. Honestly, that's too far. But anyways, moving on now to the MKs. This is where I got a little bit less certain of the release order. I'm not 100% certain of the release order of the MKs on the docs. So if these are in the wrong order, my bad. But first one I have is Stash the Contraband, which now that I say it, I think certainly wasn't one of the first ones released, but we're already here. Let's talk about it. Stash the Contraband, I honestly like quite a bit, which is interesting considering what I just said about the finale objective being weird on Poison the Medicine. But on Stash the Contraband, you have the central drug location. Like this is kind of like the best version of this sort of mechanic, I think, that's currently present in the game. Seize I don't like because you go back and forth to the same place multiple times. You need to bring like somewhere between 7 and 10 drugs to one spot. But on Stash the Contraband, you're putting one drug per barrel, and there's 3 barrels in 3 different locations. So you're traversing like the entire map, and you can also learn where the barrels can possibly spawn, which can save you a lot of time on this trial. And you don't need to ever really retrace your steps. As long as you have enough inventory space, you can bring 3 drugs with you, go to the casino, do all the casino barrels, go back, get 3 more, go to the Chemco, etc. I think that is probably the reason why I like it quite a bit. Franco is not used very well on this trial. He's intermittent, which is usually bad, and is the case here as well, because even though Franco is really threatening, worst case scenario, you can just wait for him to leave, and then he'll be gone for a while, and just you're free to do your objective and whatever you like. There's a pretty big negative on all MKs on the docks in that they pretty much all use the exact same map. And for whatever reason, despite us having 4 MKs on here now, the ship, which is utilized in Poison the Medicine, it is never used, which I don't understand, because it's called the docks and we never actually get to utilize the ship. It's a bit of a strange situation there. So that, I think, easily takes some points off of all of the docks MKs. But I think Stash the Contraband is definitely a B tier for me. I personally enjoy it quite a bit. If it were on a more interesting map that isn't reused in 4 other places, I might even put it up in the A tier because, I don't know, I just enjoy it quite a bit for whatever reason. Again, the best implementation of the drugs mechanic, I think, in the game so far. And, anything else to say about it? It does use the mannequin gates, which we first saw on Cleanse the Orphans, and those are kind of annoying, honestly. I'm not the biggest fan of those as a mechanic, so that, I guess, would retract some points. So maybe I wouldn't actually put it up in the A tier considering that. It just makes navigation a pain and doesn't really add any interesting stuff to it. I mean, you can potentially lure enemies to open them for you, which is maybe kind of a cool thing, but I don't know. I don't really like those as a mechanic. I'd probably put it, though, still pretty decently high in the B tier, maybe somewhere around here. I enjoy it, honestly. It's one of my favorite Franco MKs, although probably not the number one, but it's definitely up there and by far better than all the rest of them on the docks. at least for me. Yeah, is there anything else I want to say on Stash? I don't think so. I think it's mostly covered. Use the alarm doors as well, although in the same bad way as Pervert the Futterman. So, anyways, next up we have Poison the Cattle, which I think is quite easily my least favorite Docs MK, and in general is not an MK I enjoy pretty much at all to begin with. It has some cool ideas with the one-way gate that you can use to, you can either jam it with the jammer to get through it from the wrong side and kind of take a shortcut, or at the very least use it as a shortcut back to where you need to bring your objective. I just don't like the poison gas and poison canisters mechanic, and this trial is built around them entirely. Franco is well used in this trial, at the very least, guarding the train depot and the objective drop-off point quite heavily, so that I think is a bonus for it. But yeah, I just, for all the reasons I talked about in Poison the Medicines discussion, I don't like the poison gas mechanic. Same things apply here, and that's all this trial is about. It's also very, very strange that the casino and train yard are even available on this trial because they are completely unused in the objective at all. They're only there for looting or secondaries, which is, I mean, I don't want to look at all the trials and think about it, but I'm pretty sure that has to be the largest section of any trial that is completely unrelated to the objective that's available to the, to go in and do things in. It's very odd and feels kind of out of place almost. But it's not like they could have put poison canisters in those areas, because then they wouldn't be able to have the gas there. That wouldn't really make as much sense. Although I guess they could have flooded the casino with gas as well and put canisters in there. Honestly, that might have been a better, more interesting approach for this trial, is just have the gas be in all the buildings, and then have the building and train yard maybe have one of the canisters, casino have one, and then also have one in the Chemco. I might prefer the trial if in that regard. It would at least make sense to have the whole big map and require more navigation of it, but as it stands, this is C tier, borderline D tier for me. I think honestly I might throw it down in the D tier. I'd prefer doing it to Poison the Medicine, just because Poison the Medicine just feels like such a slog. So maybe it goes right here. Just the tutorials, Springdown vindicates so much for me. Something like that. I think it is borderline C tier, and honestly, thinking about it, I kind of want to put Punish the Miscreants in D tier as well. I really don't like Punish the Miscreants, but that would, I think, be better than Poison the Cattle. Probably. I don't know. Again, I'm so indecisive on this. It is what it is. Next up, we have Empty the Vault, which is also on the docks, and this makes use of the decoders. It is very, very similar to Sentence the Prosecuted, although it came out before Sentence the Prosecuted, so that's okay. However, it again uses the exact same map layout as the last two trials we just talked about. You do come from a different direction, but that doesn't really make enough difference. The rest of the map is entirely the same. You have like a little bit less accessibility in the train depot, but it's just, I don't know, it's kind of lame. Very speed runnable. It has some cool tricks on finding the the alignment spots that is kind of enjoyable. I generally enjoy this MK more than Poison the Medicine's alignment sequence. And yeah, I think pretty much every objective in Poison the Medicine I find is more enjoyable in an MK elsewhere, which is an interesting thing to mention, I guess. But yeah, Empty the Vault, I'm probably going to be leaving it here in the C tier. Franco is very boring on this trial. He's again intermittent, which is not great, and he will come out at the end, but is often way too late to even stop you from getting the box out. And yeah, overall, I mean, it's just kind of a generic objective. It's not that interesting, and having it be on that same map layout is just like, whatever. That being said, it's not horrible. I'm moving Open the Gates down another notch because I'm a hater of it, but I think I'd probably put it somewhere around this level, potentially similar to like Fuel the Release, Reunite the Family-ish. Just kind of middle of the road C tier for me, quite average. Next, we have Cook the Informant, which is a very interesting MK to talk about because prior to what we will discuss, I probably would have put this in F tier. Not as bad as Eliminate the Past, but I probably would have put this in F tier. However, our Lord and Savior, the Witness Whisperer, Cotsworth himself, came up with an extremely enjoyable and effective strategy on this trial to one-cycle the Witness without needing pretty much any items. Depending on your RNG, if you get like a door trap as a door, you might need like a brick or something, but you pretty much can one-cycle the Witness guaranteed, which is very, very fun to execute and learn. And I think even though nowadays it's fairly routine, just if it doesn't work out, then you realize what the actual trial would be like if you didn't have that, and it's just ass. It just sucks. So yeah, I think I would probably have put it in F tier with that strategy in mind. And this is like probably the only trial that's like this, so it's kind of hard to even consider how that influences the tier placement. But like I'm considering this from the perspective of you're gonna do that one cycle every time pretty much. I would probably put it like bottom-ish of B tier, just because even with that one cycle, it uses this is the trial that introduced the unstable microwave triggers and the gates, which can be opened by them with the little yellow bulbs. But outside of the tutorial and the one you need to open to reach the witness, you never have to even open one of the gates at all, because you can easily circumvent them in some way. And it's not hard to learn how to do it or which routes are available. You can very, very, very easily circumvent all of the gates to the point where you will only need to find 3 unstable microwave triggers again. Use one to open the gate to the witness. There's one right next to the witness you can grab. You have 3 to one cycle him. Now, the one cycle is a very cool strategy because it makes use of how the witnesses decide to get to an EIG. You zap them from a certain location, and then they will run towards your location using that sort of ability to know that when you zap a witness, they go to where you have zapped them from. And then, so you lure him towards the staircase, and then he wants to go upstairs to the EIG because they don't seem to consider the vertical distance. They just consider like which EIG is closest to me right now in any direction. And it will then try to go upstairs. And what you do is you lock the doors to the stairs and then just keep zapping it. So it'll never actually make it to the EIG in time if you do it correctly. And then you just basically instantly complete the objective and leave the trial. So the objective becomes just finding those 3 triggers and then going and doing the one cycle. So definitely a lot different from how it would be normally. Using this, Franco is pretty much non-existent in the trial. He will come out once you have found the witness and started trying to kill it, and then the way he's used in the intended method of the trial is fine. He goes and actually spawns near where the witness ends up, so he can kind of be used to show you where the witness is at times if you end up failing the one cycle or don't know about it. So I think he's well used in the way that the trial is meant to have him used, but the one cycle you don't really see him at all. So yeah, an interesting story and a strange MK to talk about because of the massive disparity in experience you will have if you do or don't know or about and execute the one cycle that CODS came up with. So yeah, I think I'm gonna probably leave it pretty similar here to Flatten the Foreman in B tier. It's still not that interesting, I guess, because it doesn't really use its mechanics well with the gates and not being required or even relevant at all pretty much. And then, it's another witness kill, which we've seen in the past. But still, I think the tech is really cool and honestly elevates the trial quite a bit personally. So that's the docks. Not really my favorite map, in all honesty, because the MKs are so repetitive in their layouts. And the main trial I don't like, but hey, we've got it placed all now. And we're going to move on to Downtown, which is Franco's second map. So the first thing we have to talk about for Downtown, of course, is the main trial, which is Pleasure the Prosecutor. And this is a quite divisive main trial. Some people really, really hate it. Some people really, really like it. I'm more middle of the road on it. I do think Downtown and Pleasure the Prosecutor has, in my opinion, the best implementation and usage of the witnesses, the scapegoat objective in the game. They have a much larger area where they can end up, and also they actually have something that you get from them, which doesn't really make a difference, but it kind of does, because you actually have to go and harvest something off of their corpse as opposed to just killing them and running off, as is the case on every other trial where they show up. So I like that they have the keys built into them. I think it's a clever use of them. And that's kind of one thing I like quite a bit about the trial. Now, the tougher thing to talk about, and the thing that's much more divided in opinions probably, although a lot of people didn't like this trial when it came out, especially because of the witnesses, since they were reused again, and people were like, oh, these are from Vindicate, etc. Which, I mean, is kind of fair, but I think they're used in a relatively interesting way, and the map itself lends quite heavily to them being more interesting, in my opinion. And even to this day, if I'm not, strapped for inventory or needing to carry, healing or anything like that, I will take the tracker on this trial, because the witnesses can be in a lot of places and will be difficult to find. I don't take the tracker on any other trial, well, except for Escape the Lies, but that's brand new. And I feel like that one I could quite quickly stop needing to take it. But on this trial, I mean, I feel like if you have inventory, you might as well take a tracker with you, because it could help you out in times where you might struggle to find witnesses in some weird places. Now, the other mechanic of this trial is the capture point, or the capture point areas. And for me, I'm not the biggest fan of them. They do have a lot of interesting aspects to them, where you have to kind of be able to stay in this one area, and there's could be a lot of traps in it potentially. It could be it's very heavily random as to how difficult it will be based on what is what the map generates, which is maybe a good or a bad thing depending on your opinion, but I think it at least makes them more interesting than they would be otherwise. And also the enemy is uniquely the enemies that show up in these capture points are uniquely in like a constant state of searching. It's not quite as aggressive as enraged enemies, but they definitely have much more heightened awareness and responsiveness compared to normal enemies. And that makes it quite interesting. You have to be very careful in these areas. They will very quickly come investigate noise and can potentially easily kill you and catch you out. So I think that is a good aspect of them. I just don't like sitting around and waiting, because very, very often the strategy will be to just jump in a hiding spot as the timer ticks up. And I'm just not the biggest fan of that. Just as a whole, it's for a similar reason why I don't like the conveyor belts on Pervert the Futterman, where you're incentivized to just go and sit and wait for the box to come around. I don't know. I don't really like them as a mechanic in that regard. I think, in my opinion, they are more interestingly used on Spread the Disease, because that requires you to flip 2 levers. Of course, if you don't know the capture protocol, you have to get it up to 100% by staying in the area. At 30%, you have to go flip a lever to continue it. At 60%, you have to do it again. On Spread the Disease, which we'll talk about very shortly, that requires 2 lever flips per pause point, which makes it a lot more difficult and more interesting, because you'll normally have to take a lot more risks, or be at least a lot more careful navigating the area to get to both levers. Whereas in Pledge the Prosecutor, there's only 1 lever per checkpoint, and it's usually pretty easy to just dip in to the area and hit it, and then either get out or go back in a hiding spot or whatever. They are interesting in that as you continue them, they light up the area more and more, making it much more difficult to avoid the enemy. So, I mean, that's a cool idea, but when it comes to hiding spots, that doesn't really have much impact. As long as you have somewhere to hide, you don't really care too much about the light, although you could potentially get caught jumping into a hiding spot. I don't know. I just don't like waiting around all that much, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm personally probably going to keep it here in the C tier. It's not my favorite, but it's not the worst. And I like the way or maybe I could put it up at the bottom of B tier. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I don't know. The finale, honestly, I really like. I didn't talk about the finale yet. The finale is it's like a cool little Simon Says game. Franco can be quite threatening on it. He will be very campy and annoying at times. And unless you know the strat of when to wait for him to go to a certain place, you could struggle quite a bit. So, yeah, I like the finale. It's very unique, very interesting. It's like a little Simon Says game. So actually think about that. I'll probably put it up in the B tier here, but towards the lower end. Not the worst trial, and now we're gonna have to zoom out a little bit to keep the whole tier list on the screen. But yeah, just not my favorite. The capture points I personally don't really like and find them more interesting on Spread the Disease, but still not my favorite mechanic. So yeah. The first MK on the downtown map is Kidnap the Mistress, which I sort of have a bit of a soft spot for. I quite enjoy Kidnap the Mistress. I find it to be really cool. More recently released on Season 6, Solve the Murder, which we'll talk about later, is a better implementation of this idea of like a mystery solving thing. One thing that is a bad part about this trial that I don't find as big of a deal as other people do for some reason is you are able to guess the mannequin. So the strategy a lot of people use is to just do all three radios and then only listen to the final radio to hear the location. And then you can just go there, pick up the mannequin, immediately drop it. And if it explodes, it will not affect you. This used to be possible with boxes on Toy Factory, and it was patched pretty quickly. This has been possible on Kidnap forever. I don't know why they haven't patched it yet, but maybe they will in the near future. But that definitely brings the trial down a little bit. For me, I still enjoy listening for all the radios and trying to, memorize the board that's at the start of the trial and then identifying which one it is and then knowing to go and pick that single one up. I still enjoy that, and so that's how I treat the trial. I don't usually guess unless I'm in a group and I don't have any of the other information. I can do the guessing. I don't really care that much, but for me, I still enjoy doing the trial, I guess the way it's meant to be done. But yeah, it's definitely sad that is possible. This trial, of course, has the two mannequins, which we on the Twitch channel and here on YouTube occasionally call the lads, who have some of the greatest voice lines in the entire game. They are absolutely hilarious. They are certainly something that I enjoy seeing on this trial quite a lot. And I'm quite fond of it. I like, it's a good way of indicating where the radio is. You have to go find the lads yapping and then follow the wire to the radio. And then Franco is quite a menace on this trial, especially towards the end. He's constantly around the police station area where you bring the mistress and can be quite a pain. And the map that's used is it's pretty good, honestly. It has a very interesting new area that was introduced for it. Although I, for some reason, can't remember if Spread the Disease was released first or this, but the sewers area that's added to downtown is so cool. I'm much more used to it now, and I almost forgot about it, as you could tell by the way I've talked about it here, because it is it's been out for a while, but when it first came out, the sewers was such a cool experience to explore. It gave very similar vibes to like the Outlast 1 sewer section, and if you don't play these trials a lot, you're still going to get lost in the sewers. It can be quite confusing at times, especially the lower sewers. So that area of the map I really love, and I love how they added it to the original area of downtown. So the fact that it uses that, I think, gets some bonus points as well. So yeah, I'll probably put it pretty high in the B tier here. It's rather short, and I think if you couldn't guess, I would put it in the A tier pretty easily. But that does bring it down for me, even if it's not as much as it is for other people. But yeah, Kidnap the Mistress, quite enjoyable. And I think definitely will be one of my favorites if the guessing gets removed, because then you absolutely have to know the real information in order to confidently pick things up. The next trial we have on the list is Spread the Disease, which I talked about a little bit when talking about Pleasure the Prosecutor. Spread the Disease utilizes the capture point mechanic from Pleasure the Prosecutor, and that's basically the whole trial. This is a very, very difficult MK, one of the most difficult in the game with high difficulty variators. So I guess it maybe gets some points for that. I do enjoy difficult trials, maybe more than others, but of the difficult trials, like the ones that people consider to be scary in escalation and to be potentially dangerous, this is my least favorite pretty easily. Because of this, I mean, it's the same reasons as what I talked about on Pleasure the Prosecutor. There's not a whole lot else to talk about here. The it's just waiting around. It's kind of boring. It's better done on here because you have to do 2 levers per checkpoint, which makes it a lot more dangerous, a lot more scary. And just in general, the rooms and areas that are used are much more claustrophobic and, you know, very dangerous and very easy to get caught out in than the ones on Pleasure the Prosecutor, just kind of as a general rule, which is a better usage of this mechanic. Also, the use of the lever gates that you have to hold and open for a short period additionally amplifies the danger and pressure of this MK a lot. If those didn't exist, this would be a completely different MK and a lot easier. Like, the lever gates are almost carry the difficulty of this MK, because if you could just easily zip in and out of the capture protocol or capture point whenever you wanted, that reduces the danger so much that it's kind of crazy to even think about. But so like this trial is heavily carried by those lever gates, I would say personally. As far as Franco's concerned on this trial, he can be quite a threat. He roams quite far, but will often be near the community center where you need to bring the disease bottles. So I think he's used pretty well here. Overall, Franco's used fairly well on all of the trials on downtown, pretty much, I would say. Especially on like Pleasure, he can wander the whole damn map and just catch you and shoot you in the wide open areas. It's so annoying. But yeah. So for Spread the Disease, I mean, there's not a whole lot else to talk about, really. It's not that complicated at the end of the day, as long as you know how the capture points work, and it's the 2 levers instead. You got to get 3 bottles from around the map. It also uses the sewers, which are used on Kidnap the Mistress, which is a bonus, because the sewers are really, really cool, and yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much all there is to say, I guess, about Spread the Disease. Where do I want to put it on the tier list is the question. I'm trying to decide between low B, high C tier. I think I would definitely put it below Pleasure the Prosecutor, as like, because Pleasure the Prosecutor has all the other aspects, but this part of it is better. Yeah, I don't know. Talking about the lever gates and how those are utilized, I think makes me think more highly of it. So I might put it here just below Pleasure the Prosecutor. Although we can maybe bump that up a little bit. Maybe that goes like here. And yeah, this can go like here. I don't know. Something like that I think is decent. So yeah, good MK and you know, fairly enjoyable. Sometimes sometimes a huge pain in the ass. Just not my favorite mechanic in the game, so doesn't get the nod up to a higher tier, despite its like difficulty and interesting potential for like customs and escalation. Lastly, for downtown, we have Traffic the Product, which I like quite a bit. This is actually the trial that killed my biggest no loadout, no revive solo escalation run yet at 106 due to a knowledge gap, which I didn't know you had to place the money on the cart to start the trial. Even disregarding that occurrence, I don't really like the start of this trial. It's a bit awkward where I feel like the giant kind of spawns too soon. My situation that ended up being a disaster was mostly because the Jaeger spawned, and I had bad variators, which was pretty bad. But even like the giant spawning is just really awkward and weird at times. I don't know. It feels like she spawns too early sometimes, because and it's also like a 50-50 as to where she spawns. I don't know. That's just the beginning of the trial. It's not that important. This trial brings some cool mechanics. I really like the money briefcases, even if it's simple and it's still just a heavy object. It's cool to, grab and close it and then pick it up and bring it with you. It doesn't utilize the sewers, which is a shame, and it's quite a small utilization of the map. It just uses kind of like the main area around the motel and then the main area around the Irish pub, and that's it pretty much. I mean, it has the police and station sex shop as well, but yeah, a bit of a smaller map and doesn't utilize much of downtown itself, I guess, is the main thing I would say. That being said, it is... I don't know. It definitely competes with Kidnap the Mistress for my favorite MK on the map, and maybe it would even be... I might even put this one up in A tier. I really like the cart mechanic because you can push it both directions and you can ignore it completely if you want. It's an optional tool, which can also be used for heavy object secondaries, which is, in my opinion, really cool. So I like it as an idea, even if it's not that important to even use. Kind of part of the learning experience of the trial is realizing that and then thinking, how far should I push the cart to give it the most usefulness before then abandoning it and running the drugs the rest of the way myself. Or if you want to kind of go sort of thematic or play it like, as intended or whatever, you can go through the map and, do it one at a time, kind of like you're a delivery man delivering the drugs, then grabbing the money, putting it on the cart, pushing the cart all the way to the end with all the money on it. Can be kind of a funny idea and maybe like a bit of a challenge run as well, because Franco is fairly present on the map here. He can be very annoying and kind of all over the place, so you got to be careful of him. That being said, there's not very many enemies on this map really, which kind of brings it down a little bit. It is usually fairly easy to get the drugs around and drop them off. However, the ending of this trial can be very difficult, and despite the low enemy count, it can be quite hard at times for kind of reasons that are difficult to necessarily define exactly, but still, I think it's overall a good and enjoyable MK. I like the objective. It's fun, and it's got some cool voice lines, very thematic, similar to Kidnap the Mistress in that way as well. Has spawned many memes, which is always great. So yeah, overall, I'd probably put this. I'm honestly just trying to decide if I want it above or below Kidnap the Mistress, and I think I'll put it above it for now. But if Kidnap gets fixed, then that will certainly surpass it. But yeah, overall, Downtown has a solid selection of trials. They're all in the B tier here for me. And yeah, I definitely quite enjoy the map overall, although probably wouldn't say it's my favorite map. I think what's coming up next is maybe my favorite map in the game at the moment, although competing with the Resort. But we're going to talk about the Suburbs now. First trial to talk about on the Suburbs is, of course, the main trial, which is Liquidate the Union. And this is a trial I hear a lot more hate for than I personally would expect. For me, Liquidate the Union is one of my favorite trials in the entire game and is going in the S tier for me. I personally prefer it over Kill the Snitch. Honestly, I'm thinking about putting Kill the Snitch into the A tier here, at the top of A tier, because Liquidate the Union is just so much above it in my opinion. I wonder if I'm going to put... Yeah, I think actually I will put... Well, maybe. We'll see. I'm thinking about if I'm going to put any MKs in the S tier or not, but yeah, I don't know. Liquidate the Union is just so fun to me, and it is heavily carried by the finale. Liquidate the Union for me has the best finale in the game pretty easily. It's like a fight arena. The target mechanic is so cool. It's timed. You can't just be, slow about it. And learning how to do it safely is so rewarding and satisfying to me, more so than any other main trial finale, because of the time limited aspect and the general difficulty of it. Whereas with any other trial finale, technically you could just play like the most scared little turtle of all time and take 20-30 minutes on it for just the finale and easily get it safely every time pretty much. Liquidate is not really like that, although kind of you can consider it, but you at least at times will have to make some risky or at least smartly timed decisions to safely navigate the area to get to the targets as needed. And just overall, I find that super satisfying. It does reuse the radio's objective, but I personally enjoy the symbol ordered radios that it introduced as a mechanic, as sort of like the main mechanic. And then the the code in the mansion is pretty fine. Some of those numbers are in some pretty devious locations, I do gotta say. But and then the escorting I think is cool. I much prefer this escort mechanic to having to push stuff, partially because of the positioning that it allows you to utilize. You can position yourself in places that'll make you more safe as you push the whatever it is. In this case, it's the Union boss. Whereas if you're pushing a cart or the Snitch or whatever, you have to be in the one spot to push it, so you can't really do anything in sort of decisions. And that also suffers a bit from something I really don't like a lot of the time about a lot of different things in this game is the animation time of stopping something. So if I'm pushing something, like I'm holding it like this, I'm pushing it, you can't instantly move. You have to let it go, and your character is infuriatingly slow at letting go of things, and that can end up getting you hit if you're surprised by an enemy. Not so here, because you are constantly in full control of all your movement and positioning as you push the Union boss down the down the track. And yeah, I think that is much more enjoyable to do. And then also, as far as the radios are concerned, I do agree it is somewhat lame that it's a reused mechanic, but it is a somewhat interesting twist on it. Since you can't just willy-nilly go walk up and do the radio, there's some decision-making involved. You have to be a bit careful and stealthy. The enemy variety on this trial is very good. The Berserker in the Fallout shelter is a menace at times. You also have the Night Hunter in the slums, a giant in there as well. There's quite a decent different number of enemies that you will encounter here, which I think is good. And I mean, if this was all on a less interesting environment or more generic, I would find it probably not as good as I do, even with the great finale. But the neighborhood is a pretty cool environment. The Fallout shelter, I think, really brings it all together. That's a really I think crucial part of it that makes it all work well and feel enjoyable to navigate and play in. And then the slums, I think, is one of my favorite areas in the entire game almost. It's really cool. It's very vertical and has a lot of different staircases you can go up and different little pathways and sideways that you can go and learn. And I quite like it, the slums area personally. So having the maybe not really as interesting objective, but although still in my opinion pretty decent, it's placed in a very interesting and cool map, and I personally really enjoy it. And then again, the finale is just absolute peak for me. I easily think it's the best finale in terms of gameplay. I think my favorite finale in terms of the set piece of it and like how it all plays out is going to be Despoil the Auction, one of the newer trials. Man, that I still cringe at that every single time when I do Despoil. We'll talk about that more when we get there. But yeah, Liquidate the Union, I think for me is going to go in the S tier. And yeah, I do think it's like, for me, it's so much better than Kill the Snitch that I think it would bump down Kill the Snitch into the A tier, I guess, if that makes any sense at all. But yeah, Liquidate the Union, absolutely love it, and I really hope they do some sort of finale like that in the future, because, or like, some sort of something similar, like not the same obviously, but we've since moved back to somewhat more traditional finales. I would say that Despoils is quite cool. I mean, they still have cool ideas and cool aspects to them, but I don't know, they just can't quite reach the peaks of Liquidate, in my opinion. So yeah, S tier for Liquidate. And now we move on to the MKs for the suburbs, which are all quite good, in my opinion. I like them all for the most part. They've yet to have really a bad MK on the suburbs, so that's kind of why I guess it is potentially my favorite map at the moment, as it's got my... Well, I don't know. I still have had a hard time deciding which main trial I like more, Despoil or Liquidate, because I mean, those are my top two. Despoil has the better like overall big objective, and sort of that, the objective is cooler. but the finale on Liquidate is better. So it's kind of tough for me. I guess I'll have to choose technically here when I get to resort to talk about that. But anyways, first up, we have Get Out the Vote. Get Out the Vote, which is an MK I enjoy quite a bit. It does reuse the blacklight number things for from like that were, I guess, originally in Vindicate, but they're a bit different here. They're used in a different way where you aren't timed, but the numbers are all in different rooms. This trial has a really good amount of learning that you can do because it's very set almost. Like the numbers are still in a lot of different places, but it's still very set in stone how the numbers will be distributed across a house. However, some houses have extra rooms, and sometimes they will have a number and another one won't, and etc. But most houses have a set number of rooms that each room will have one number in it. And once you know that, although some are a little bit more vague, where like a kitchen in a living room which are attached is still 2 rooms and has one number each. Once you know all of that, it makes it a lot more manageable. Also, for Liquidate, Franco usage is very good. He's very threatening in the finale, especially since he can shoot through the fence now, and he's in the neighborhood and can catch you out very, very easily. So I think very good usage of Franco. Similar in Get Out the Vote, Franco's an absolute menace. He will be constantly hounding you wherever you are in the street because you have to push the politician guy along the track. It's very loud. You're very exposed, and you can very easily get caught out and hit and shot. And this, even more so than Liquidate, highlights the thing that I enjoy about these escort mechanics of positioning and using the sparse cover around the track, like the fake hedges and things, to slightly hide while still being in range to push it, and that but still staying safe and protected from range hits and shots from Franco. I think that that's like a really cool aspect of it, and then this is another trial which has quite good voice lines, some very funny voice lines from the politician guy and the mannequins themselves. The classic chores, and all the numerous iconic lines the politician says. It's really great thematically, and it also adds a very cool new area to the suburbs, which is the school, but it is pretty much just a transitional area that you move through in this trial. It's used better in the upcoming MKs, but it first came out on this trial, and it is a really cool area, but again, you're only really in like the front area of the school when you're pushing the guy in and out and then dropping off the votes. Although the grunt there is a bit of a menace at times, dubbed the voting grunt, of course, as we've all probably heard. He can be quite annoying, but again, you're really not in the school very much, so it doesn't really bring the trial up too far. But yeah, still, I really, really like Get Out the Vote, and I'm trying to decide if I want to end up putting it in the S tier as well. I might do that, although I don't know. Am I just too much of a suburbs glazer? I don't know at this point. But it is just so good. It's so, and like part of it too is the potential for high difficulty. I do find that quite compelling as something that makes me enjoy a trial more, potentially seeing it come up in escalation, being like, oh crap, it's Get Out the Vote. We might need to lock in here depending on the variators. Whereas, you're loading into Fuel the Release, you're like, okay, see you guys in the shuttle in 3 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next trial, regardless of situation. Most of the time, it's much easier to get a threatening situation on these trials. I think I might put it up in the S tier. Get Out the Vote, really, probably one of my favorite MKs, and just such a cool usage of the escort mechanic and all the different things that come together with it. Actually, do I want to put it in the S tier? I don't know. We'll revisit once we've looked at all the suburbs MKs, because the next one is Disrupt the Neighborhood, which does take place on a very similar map layout to Get Out the Vote, but it utilizes the school as an actual objective point. And Disrupt the Neighborhood basically reuses the radio mechanic implemented in Liquidate the Union, with 3 radios being needing to be done in order to open a gate. However, In this trial, the radios are actually, the symbols on the radios are hidden and must be displayed by using a generator, one of the temporary generators like on Crush, to turn on black lights nearby to the radio that reveal the symbols. So this trial can also be very difficult. It is oftentimes potentially dangerous to be turning those generators on because of them being fairly exposed and out in the open. This trial also has some pretty good little tricks you can learn, particularly with the order of the symbols, which I'll talk about more like when I do an over-explained on it. But basically, if the first two symbols in the order are on the same generator and the third one's on the other generator, so that's very helpful in the both areas to save you from having to check every single symbol, which is very nice. Franco, also a very big threat on this trial, will be in both the neighborhood and the school and can very easily mess you up. It's also kind of has like a mini little objective in the middle once you opened the school to like get through the school safely and outside where you can see the symbols and like open the shortcut gate, and then things sort of ease up from there a little bit, but can still be pretty hectic. So yeah, overall, just a really, really good MK and really difficult to complete while simultaneously being fun to play, in my opinion, and definitely has some good knowledge about it. Again, Franco going to be a big menace, but you can deal with him and it's manageable. I know a lot of people will rate Franco's trials down just because they don't like Franco himself, which I don't really share that sort of hatred. He can be a bit frustrating at times to go against when you're going for A+, a bit BS when he shoots you from across the entire map and counts as a damage demerit on your grade, but otherwise I don't have any real issues with Franco. So for me, I'm probably going to put Disrupt the Neighborhood up in the A tier. It's a great MK and very difficult, and I still like the radios mechanic when it's used with these symbols. I personally have never really had the feeling that it's been overused, although maybe people will get that even more now that it's also a secondary objective. But I mean, what trials even have radios in, right? It's foster the orphans, cleanse the orphans, and then what else? Is there even any other trial with a radio? Do I really expect to remember one that I'm not remembering just by looking at them? Possibly I will not, but foster and cleanse obviously have them. Pervert the Futterman, no. Yeah, I mean, Disrupt the Neighborhood has them, and then Liquidate, but otherwise, it's not like it's a spammed objective necessarily, so I guess I don't really understand the hate from that either, although it is obviously nice when main trials introduce a brand new objective. The symbols kind of is new, it's just applied to old objective, and then the finale is just too peak. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to throw Disrupt the Neighborhood in the A tier, probably quite high up. It is, again, very enjoyable. Maybe I would put Teach over it, though. I do like Teach quite a lot. And then lastly, we have the MK that was released alongside Flatten the Foreman, which is Eliminate the Legacy. And this MK, when I first played it, was like, okay, this is kind of boring a little bit. Until I got to the end, and then I was like, oh snap, this is kind of crazy. And even since then, I've started to enjoy it more, even the normal parts of it, because this uses very similar mechanic to the finale of Liquidate, which you might think I would really enjoy because I like that finale so much. It doesn't have the timed aspect, and it's not as focused in a small area, so it's not really the same thing. But like I said with Drill and Deface, it's always fun to hit targets with hearts, so that certainly brings it up in my opinion. And generally, it's pretty fun to just go through. You have the tutorial area, but then it also utilizes the school, which is good. Franco can be pretty threatening on this trial, especially towards the ending, which we'll get to in a second. But yeah, you go through the school first and the neighborhood. Now, this does bring up the fact that it's a bit unfortunate that all of the MKs on this map use the same layout. But I think similarly to what I talked about with the Toy Factory basement, they are quite varied in their objective and are varied enough that it doesn't make it as bad as it is on, again, like the Fun Park for me. That being said, if the fourth MK on this trial uses the same area, that would be pretty bad. I really hope we go back to the slums on the 4th one. That area I really like from Liquidate, so I would love to see more of that. But still, Eliminate the Legacy becomes very cool because once you get through the school and the neighborhood doing the targets, you get to the end, hit the button, and then you have to go all the way back to the shuttle. And this trial also has built-in exit rush. The shuttle arrives after you hit the button and you have 3 minutes to get back, but when you get to the shuttle, the gate closes and you have to do another 3 target hit of whatever the target is that shows up, keys go car, foot go pedal, whatever the pairing is. And that I find so cool. The first time I played the trial, when I saw that gate coming down and it's like showed another symbol, I was like, oh god, because like if you have high difficulty variators, even something like no running, it'll take you like at least a minute to get back to the area, and then you only have 2 minutes to actually do the objective while potentially having to deal with Franco. Maybe a giant even spawns in there. It can be crazy doing this ending. So I think the ending is really, really awesome. It almost becomes like the Liquidate ending pretty much, because you have that time pressure, but you still have to go around and hit the targets while staying safe. And so yeah, I honestly think that I've grown to like this one so much, I might put it up in the S tier as well. The Suburbs glaze is crazy, but I mean the ending is just so cool on this trial. It is similar to Deface the Futtermans. These two are easily the by far best use of the instant shuttle arrival mechanic, and it's not close because you actually have to do an objective while under that time pressure. But this one is a more interesting objective that I like more. It's out in the light, in the open, against Franco. Fun Park Deface the Futtermans is upstairs on very easy to hit and find targets in the dark. And yeah, it doesn't have very much, you don't have to think like, oh, I need to hit this target, and then you don't have to like go check all the targets. I prefer the yellow targets, I guess, to the Futterman targets for this sort of thing. But yeah, I think I might even put it above Get Out the Vote. I don't know. A lot of people I've heard don't think this one is that great. They don't like it as much. Thematically, it's not that interesting. The ending kill is like whatever, but I'm not as invested in those sorts of things. I more appreciate the thematic things when it's like what's going on during the trial with like the mannequins and things I've mentioned already. So that's a bit of a sad thing about it. Maybe I don't know. I think it definitely competes with Get Out the Vote for me. And overall, I didn't really think. I mean, I didn't really think much about this tier list before I made it, to be honest. So I'm kind of just doing this all on the fly. But I mean, the Suburbs is I guess very clearly my favorite map. I hadn't really thought about it that much before, but I really do enjoy all the trials on it, and I'm really looking forward to what they do next on there. So yeah, that's where I'm going to place Eliminate the Legacy. And now we're going to move on to the newest Prime assets, starting with the Crest Twins and their first map, Shopping Mall. On the Shopping Mall, we of course have the main trial where we go and we chill out with the politician over there. This is a trial which I've never actually said the name of because of potential implications. I don't know if it's even actually a thing that would be an issue, but better safe than sorry in this sort of case, I guess, especially for like the YouTube stuff. But yeah, the Shopping Mall, I quite like the Shopping Mall map. It's very cool. It definitely very well, like something that every map does incredibly well, and Red Barrels should be given a lot of credit for, is they very well capture and represent the feeling and the vibe and the construction of the map that it's trying to be. It feels very much like a shopping mall, and it's like very long. Instead of being like a big area of like a square, it's just it's like a long shopping mall, like how they actually exist. So it's very cool. There's a bunch of different stores, and it introduces the fuses mechanic to the game, which I think is a pretty cool mechanic, and it's used quite well in this trial, where you have to go around to the different stores, pull out the fuse, but that turns the lights off, closes the gates to the store, and spawns an enemy. One thing I kind of don't like on this trial, although, yeah, I don't like how they make the enemies spawn only in this specific instance in the entire game will an enemy spawn out of sync with its alarm door noise. The enemy will spawn like almost immediately, and then the alarm will be playing still, and I don't understand why they did that. Obviously, when you pick up the fuse, if the enemy started spawning normally, you could just run out before they even got in, but they should just make the enemy spawn in when you go into the store, and then have it spawn normally, and then once you pick up the fuse, I don't know, maybe that's how they should do it. But then you could just walk out the front, but then the enemy would already be out. I don't know, because it just feels so weird and catches people off guard who aren't aware of it. I don't know, it's a small thing really at the end of the day. It doesn't make a big difference, but it just feels so out of place for me. But overall, I like the fuse objective. It's cool. It has some cool implications with turning power on and off in different areas. There's optional fuses to open certain gates in the map if you'd like. And also, of course, the one that is used in the department store to access the larger boxes. So, yeah, I think the fuse mechanic is pretty cool. Overall, I like most of the mechanics on the shopping mall. We have the department store where you have to go shopping and actually get stuff that's worth a certain amount. I really like it as an idea. The thing I don't like is the way that the meta, best approach is to go in the back and get those boxes. That's fine, but I hate the giant boxes personally. Like, how are you holding this box in such a way that you literally cannot see the floor around you? I don't know. It really is just a pain to move them around. I think the fact that you can't jump is fine, but an amount of obstruction of your vision just ends up being more annoying to me than anything. That's just a personal, thought on it. But I don't know. That's just, it just gets on my nerves whenever I have to move those things. Because yeah, it's just, why is it so big and in my face and I can't even see the floor because of this box? It just becomes cumbersome. But like the actual idea of picking things up and having to, you don't really have to, but you can check their price to see if they're worth bringing to the checkout. We haven't seen this mechanic reused yet, but I think it's quite cool and could also be interesting to have it be different objects and not just boxes. And then maybe they have like certain price ranges that each of them can be in or something like that. So yeah, overall, I think a lot of potential for that mechanic, and I really like the baseline of it here, but the giant boxes I'm not the biggest fan of. And then, of course, we have the math section, which personally I like. I think it's pretty cool. It's not really super difficult most of the time. Enemies can sometimes be in the way and be annoying, but as long as you are able to do fairly basic math, addition, obviously, and subtraction in your head, you don't even have to do it in your head if you don't want to, but it's not that hard. Of course, people are nowadays making jokes like the next MK is going to have long division and calculus for the valves, which obviously won't happen. But I think, needing to actually think in order to complete the objective is not necessarily a negative, in my opinion, although even saying that, it's not the most interesting objective in the game. It's fairly simple and usually can be completed pretty quickly, so I don't know. It's pretty meh for me, but I definitely don't just hate it because math, like many people do. And then we just have the finale, which I'm kind of, up and down on at times. It's not my favorite finale. I really don't like how the pump works, how squishy it is. You can just like spam it and it's really weird, like how much progress you actually get for doing that. I don't know why they implemented it like that instead of just having it be like a normal pump like on Pervert the Futterman. But it feels really strange to use. And personally, I just do one pump, step off it so it rises up all the way, and then pump it again, because that just feels as best to me. I don't know which way of doing it is technically the fastest or gives you the most progress towards the pressure being higher, but for me, yeah, just having that weird spam ability doesn't feel good for that finale. And then it kind of makes sense that the guy goes back and is all the way out of reach of one of them at times, but it is somewhat annoying to have to deal with that and just like switch them. But it's fine. And it's, it's pretty fun. It's like a carnival game. You're spraying the acid at, I mean, obviously it's horrible and terrible and all that, and he's screaming and suffering. But as far as a gameplay perspective is concerned, it's fairly enjoyable and more interactive than many finales. Like where Kill the Snitch, Pervert the Futterman, Cleanse the Orphans. Like most of the finales in the game, you're not really like having to do anything, but on this one you do have to aim your acid, and that's cool. So kind of adds a slight mechanical aspect to it. Not like it's hard to aim or anything, but that is of course a thing. But now we still need to talk about the thing I haven't mentioned pretty much at all for this discussion, and that is the prime asset of the map, which is the Crest Twins. And the Crest Twins are unfortunately not the best prime asset out there. They are quite sadly weak, although they are applied fairly well on this map for their skill set. They, of course, have the main gimmick of having the 360-degree vision around them due to Aurora being on the back and Auto being in the front. And they will patrol the department store side of the mall while you're doing fuses, the department store itself when you're doing the shopping in there, and then they will be around, bothering you quite frequently at the ending. The unfortunate thing is that you just don't really have a high level of threat of getting killed by them unless they have like deadly prime asset on, because of Auto only doing 2 bars of damage and Aurora only being able to stun you with the throwable bottles that only do 1 bar. You can't really get like one shot from full. You can also just carry an antidote to directly counter Aurora's throws, and then if you have an antidote, you're very unlikely to get hit by Auto as a result. So the Twins are sadly not the most interesting prime asset in the game, and that certainly brings down their maps and trials slightly, but they're not like irredeemable in any way. They could very easily be buffed and then be very threatening and scary, so I'm not going to really discount the ranking too much for that. But overall, I wouldn't say it's my favorite main trial. I'm trying to decide if I like it more or less than like Pervert the Futterman, Grind the Bad Apples, because overall I think it's a good trial. It's got a great map, has some interesting new objectives, and overall is fun. So I'm trying to decide where exactly I want to put it. I maybe want to like tap down Pervert the Futterman a little bit, maybe to down there or something, and then maybe put Shopping Mall like top of B tier sort of area. Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, overall it's good. If the Crest Twins were more threatening and actually had more of a presence on the map in general, I would probably put it in the A tier. Also, they didn't get a cutscene to introduce them, which a lot of people were really mad about. I was kind of sad about that, but it didn't really make a big difference on my enjoyment of the trial itself, I guess. And now they have one with TV Studio, which we're getting to soon. But first, let's move into the MKs on the shopping mall. First one being Investigate the Minotaur, which makes use of the fuse mechanic once again from the original shopping mall, and it's used in a bit of a unique way here in comparison to the shopping mall main trial itself, so I give it some points for that. It's also very enjoyable in a team to have the communication of, I've brought the box through, you can take the fuse now, and sort of work together in that way. Slightly tedious in solo because of that, but still fine. The bad thing is it uses the giant box again, which I just don't like dealing with. Takes up your whole screen, and it's also just kind of a pain. It's like Sabotage the Lockdown-esque, where you have to schlep an object across this entire huge map, which I find somewhat unenjoyable at times. That being said, it's also fully in the dark, which directly counters the Crest Twins' 360 vision, except for the department store, and they sometimes don't come out in the department store, which is also a bit of a negative of this one. Like overall, I think it's pretty okay. I don't really have a lot to say on this one. The big box I don't really like, but the fuse mechanic is used well and is cool. If the Twins were more present, and if maybe the lights were on in a couple more places, like you could have like maybe half of the lights on in each side of the mall instead of it being full dark over there, and then that would make them a bit more of a risk and a threat. But as it stands, I'll probably put it in the C tier. Not my favorite, but not like egregiously horrible. Probably somewhere in this neck of the woods makes sense to me. So yeah, that's Investigate the Minotaur. Lastly, for the shopping mall, we have Fabricate the Scandal, which is the other MK and suffers from somewhat similar issues, at least in consideration of the Crest Twins, as it is fully in the dark as well, except for like the department store and Spatlin, which you're unlikely to see the twins at. Maybe some of the stores can be lit up as well. I don't really remember 100%. This trial has the annoying habit of closing the gates that lead directly from the center to the side pathways of the shopping mall, which annoys me a lot, but I don't know if I can really rate it down for that. It's just part of the RNG of the game. That being said, this is a much better implementation of the mechanic which is used in Beguile the Children. Although it's film reels there and mannequins here, it boils down to the same thing. You have to bring these to a specific location, and you don't know the location where each needs to go beforehand. However, in this case, and I already talked about this with Beguile, but you can go to the place, like at the start of the trial, you get a map with its lights on it, and the lights are where you need to bring the mannequins. And you don't know which one goes where. But what you can do is, instead of running all the way somewhere with a mannequin, finding out that that's the wrong place, you didn't need to bring it there, you need to bring it somewhere else, and then having to go there, you can instead go check each place first, and you can see the legs of the mannequin, and that tells you which one needs to go there. So instead of having to just bring a heavy object all over the place, and, you know, depending on your RNG, basically depends on the level of annoyance you'll experience in the trial, you instead can go check it first and then deal with the deal with it afterwards. So I think that is much better and more enjoyable in terms of the objective than Beguile the Children. Sad that the twins aren't utilized as well on this trial as the same as Investigate the Minotaur. They're best used on this map in the main trial, even though they're still just weak as a prime asset in general. They're at least used in good places where there's lights and they can use their ability to see you from more angles. But for this map, it's all dark pretty much, and they're normally very much a non-factor, except for maybe at the ending, but even there you can usually lure or wait for them to go somewhere else. So yeah, pretty sad to see them in the state that they are, and with the treatment they're getting, they're not very able to use even their own special ability. That being said, though, it is cool also to even get into Spatlin, which was not possible on the shopping mall main trial. So that Investigate the Minotaur also gets some points for that, but not many because I still don't like the trial. I'm not going to change its ranking for that, but yeah, I would say I'd probably put this in the B tier here. It's relatively enjoyable, definitely my preferred of the two on shopping mall. I would put it above Beguile if Beguile didn't have such an amazing environment that boosted up so much, but the objective is definitely better than Beguile. I'd probably put it somewhere similar to like Crush, somewhere like that. Makes some sense to me for Fabricate the Scandal. Now we get to move on to the Resort, which brought with it Lilia Bogomolova, the latest prime asset in the game, and the Resort came with the trial Despoil the Auction, which, as I've already kind of hinted at, is going to go in the S tier for me. Despoil is an amazing trial. I really, really like the new keys mechanic, which requires you to open up the areas yourself, as opposed to many other trials where you just complete a portion of an objective. Like in any other trial or in trials past, the way we get the keys is we disable the batteries, right? They're very similar to grind the bad apples, open the gates. That would just open a door or open the doors on the map like it happens in Open the Gates, etc. But now we instead have to grab a key and open that door to get to the next big area of the map. But also you can reuse that key elsewhere to get yourself done with the main objective more quickly. And I really, really like that aspect of opening up the map yourself with the keys that you find through the other objective. The batteries thing is not that interesting, but it's also not that big of a deal on this trial because the main attraction is the actual hunt for the gems and the opening up of the map with the animal keys. And I find the auction and gem hunting to be really, really cool. It's a very heavy burden on your inventory, which makes the it pairs well with Lilia in that way, because Lilia, who is my favorite prime asset right now, is a huge threat and can very easily catch you out because she can go into stealth, of course, and jump out at you like a pouncer, or even if she's pretending to be a mannequin, she can grab you. So being aware of that, you do most of the time want to carry around a projectile to counter her with that one prescription self-defense technique, but you also want to use your inventory to be able to carry the items around. So yeah, it is definitely cool, and I think the thing that really ties this trial and this map and everything all together is the portable blacklight. The fact that you have to go up to the mannequins and scan them with the portable blacklight is just such a brilliant little touch to make it so much more scary to go against Lilia, because you have to actually go and scan it, and potentially that mannequin could be Lilia for all you know. She could jump on you and start beating you up. And this is one of my favorite first-time experiences on this game so far, was playing through this trial for the first time, because I was just terrified at every turn. I was like, I can't even remember being as scared as I was doing this trial, playing this game ever. Maybe in closed beta when I was on Kill the Snitch for the first time, but it is just so tense and nerve-wracking your first time through. Nowadays, I'm more aware of how things work and also the optimal way of completing the trial, which is to only go for rubies. But when you first go through this trial, you're like scanning every mannequin, seeing which has an emerald you can pick up or whatever. You don't know the optimal strategy, and I think that creates such an amazing first-time run. And then from there, learning the optimal strategy is also enjoyable. Going through all of the animal doors and getting all the batteries as quickly as possible, deciding which doors to open and get the guaranteed ruby, and then how many you want to get from the basement, which is the final area you can get to, and get a bunch of rubies from there. It's just a really, really well put together trial, and a great overall big objective that you have to complete, with the side objectives or the intermingled objective of opening up the map with the keys. So yeah, I absolutely love Despoil. And then the finale is, in my opinion, the most brutal finale they've had so far as just like the way things play out and how it's integrated into the gameplay, and the voice acting is just so good. The voice acting is timed perfectly with the animations, with the sounds, with everything, to make just such like I every other trial pretty much I don't really even think about too much of, like, when I'm just going through it, we're doing the objective and the person is going freaking out in the background. This trial, I still cringe when I'm doing this final objective. I don't think I'll ever get over it, because it's so like you're cranking the thing. You have to, like, it's slow and your screen is shaking, and just the voice act, everything's good. It's so good. It's such amazing finale, and the objective itself is also cool. You have to go find these cranks and then bring them back. It's a fairly in-depth finale in comparison to some others. There's an actual almost full objective built into it as well before you even do the actual final kill portion. On earlier trials in the game's history, the cranks would have already been in place when you arrived, and you would have just had to crank them. But there's an extra layer added to it in the modern day that makes it more difficult. Lilia will be constantly hounding you at these cranks for the most part. There's some occasions where she can get bugged and not show up for a long time, but I'm not going to necessarily count those against the trial, because those will hopefully be fixed, and she can then be more active and threatening. Needless to say, Lilia is used amazingly on this trial, just because that's just how she works. She's very unique. She will be where you are. She'll be near you, like, at all times, and I don't know, she's just such a cool enemy. And I think I'm gonna put this at the top of S tier. If Liquidate had like one new objective, like if it was like neighborhood radios, slums, something brand new, Liquidate is going on top because of the finale, in my opinion, being a better gameplay wise. But as it is now, with the slums and neighborhood being the same symbol radios, I think I gotta give the nod to Despoil, just because, I mean, Lilia obviously carries the trial, but it's built completely around her. You couldn't have Despoil without Lilia, or without a character that impersonates the mannequin. So it's yeah, they absolutely cooked with this. It is in my top 2, and today I'm deciding, I guess it's the top 1, based on what I've just said. But yeah, Despoil the Auction, an amazing trial. Go check out my first run if you haven't seen it. I think it's a great video to watch, and I would highly recommend it. Yeah. All right. Moving on now to Solve the Murder, which is the one and only MK on the resort, which came out with Season 6. And as I mentioned, this is, in my opinion, a better implementation of the mystery scenario than the original, which was Kidnap the Mistress on Downtown. This trial has actually a bit of some... there's been a bit of discussion on it from people. A lot of people didn't like it their first time through. I personally, being someone who doesn't like the extreme level of tutorialization in this game, really enjoyed this trial. Even my first time through, I had a good time. You have to figure it out for yourself. You have to look at this mannequin in the lobby, determine which, see which pieces of the mannequin are there, go to the killer room, find which pieces of it, which mannequin is missing those pieces, get the it all comes together so well. It's very much like a game of Clue, the board game. Also, I didn't even talk about the cold areas on Despoil the Auction. I wouldn't say those are necessarily a positive or negative for me inherently. They can be annoying at times, but they're also kind of cool. Get it? Haha. But I guess I don't mind them as... I think they're more annoying on Despoil than on Solve the Murder, since on Solve the Murder, the generators are usually easier to get cranked. Of course, Lily is also present on this trial, so that automatically gives it a nice bonus because she's such a cool enemy. And although you don't have to approach the mannequins, she's still very cool to go up against and overall fun. Following the blood trail is actually something you always have to do. You can't really skip it, at least currently. Maybe there'll be some crazy tech people figure out, but there are fake blood pools that will mislead you. And overall, yeah, I would just say a great MK, really fun little mystery thing. Not like, is it? I mean, it's just so cool thematically, and it's so well put together. Like, I kind of want to put it in S tier just for the design, but I don't think gameplay-wise it quite lives up to the heights of Get Out the Vote and Eliminate the Legacy in terms of MKs. Like, gameplay-wise, I would say it's not... I mean, it's more about the thematic levels of it. Like, just following the blood trail is not necessarily that interesting gameplay-wise. As I've said that like 5 times, I'm sorry. But still, it's cool to figure out, and you feel like a detective doing the trial, I think is what counts the most for it. So I think I'll throw it up in the A tier. It doesn't quite get the nod for S in my opinion, just because, again, it's fairly simple to actually execute once you know how to do it. But still, I really enjoy the way it is, and I really hope that they don't change it to cater to people who complain that it's too confusing their first time through. So Solve the Murder going in A tier. I'd probably put it very high up, although it is new, so I do have new trial bias at times, so be aware of that. And now we have technically the last map, although we will talk about some additional trials. And that's the new main trial on the TV studio, which is known as Silence the Idol. And this trial is interesting to discuss because it has quite a few new mechanics. It has the whole studio setting up mechanic, the blacklight spotlight mechanic, although that's not like revolutionarily new. It is new. And the battery machines, as well as the finale with the tapes. And I think that this trial, gameplay-wise with the objectives, is very, very good. I really like the whole studio setup thing. However, I do find it a bit, what's the word I want to use here? I'm not sure. I guess a bit samey. It doesn't change very much at all between runs. Like, I think pretty much the only thing that will change is the order of things, like the order of things that are stacked together. Basically, like the camera and the lights can like swap places on both where they go and where they are in the room. Otherwise, things are fixed, which is a bit of a downside, but I could see it being like, it's kind of a trend where main trials will introduce a new objective and then it will get applied or like delved into more deeply with an MK. Easily an example we talked about already, Pleasure the Prosecutor, and then Spread the Disease. An MK of a map will focus more intently on a single mechanic and usually ends up being more well developed in those MKs. I could see this mechanic being very interesting in an upcoming TV studio MK, where it will be much more variable between runs. So yeah, I think it's a very cool new mechanic. It lays a good groundwork. And I do appreciate the blacklight spotlight too. It's kind of fun, like pointing that around and searching for the numbers. And then the big switchboard is quite interesting as well. You're not really going to have an easy time guessing on these. So I appreciate the number of combinations they put into it as well. And it feels like a big, like TV switchboard. I don't actually know what those are supposed to do, but you got to set it up correctly. This trial also features a more of an escort type of kill sequence, similar kind of to Pervert the Futterman, but a bit more intimate, let's say. You spend very close time in proximity with Bob, also known as Eric, who talks a lot, and there's been a lot of discussion about him. I don't really have anything particular to say about it, but it is interesting how many people talk about the things he says and who he is as a person. So that might be a bonus to some people. I think it is good to give the victim some sort of like personality, or at least have them speak in some way. Just see Poison the Medicine for where that falls really short, and with the wiggling caterpillar drug mules. So I think it's really well done. The escorting feels a little bit weird for some reason. I guess I feel like the lights that are on top of the Union boss are very nice, just to show you like you're in range and you're helping push this. I don't know why they removed them from Bob here, maybe just to not make him feel too much the same, but you're just moving in between rooms. It's not a huge part of the trial is escorting him, so I would have appreciated that, but it's still fine, and I still, again, like the escort mechanic as opposed to pushing someone. Also nice that in the studio setup scenes you can move forward and backwards while pushing something. That's a very nice and welcome change to the normally rigid aspects of pushing and moving things around in the game. And then we have the battery mechanic, and there's an infinite battery dispenser in this map, which is very unique and interesting. And I'm really curious to see where they go with this sort of idea, because it's so cool to be able to use like large batteries you find in the trial, or even go to the secret room and get the battery booster in order to use that on these objectives. Like it's an objective in the trial that uses normal items that you can find elsewhere, which I don't think has really ever been done before, unless you count being able to hit targets with bricks or bottles, although that is certainly not quite the same. So I think that is awesome, and I really would like to see more expansion on that. It also creates interesting ideas of using like short circuit on this trial, just because you can basically have an infinite rig once you unlock the battery machine. And yeah, I think it's pretty cool for that little mechanic. And then it's utilized well. You have to bring the batteries around to the machines to start charge them up, and then eventually it opens the gate. It's a functional mechanic, and like the objective of just going and putting batteries in a thing isn't that interesting. It's more so the implication of it being batteries instead of a unique item that makes it a cooler objective. So yeah, overall I really like that objective. And then you go and do another studio setup, and then you get to the finale, which is also quite well done. I like the finale objective on this trial, where you need to find the cheering cassette of the proper mannequin, pull it out, and then go rewrite it to be booze instead, to lower the approval rating of the talk show. As an objective, it works quite well. I think it's cool, and it's more complicated and in depth than just pushing the lever or pulling the lever on Snitch, or I keep comparing it to these more simple ones, but it actually involves it's more involved, which has been a bit of a trend since Despoil, and we'll see if it continues going forward. The bad part is the finale is very badly done from an enemy perspective. It is pretty much like in the talk show studio, it's completely like you're not going to find any enemies in there. Maybe a reinforcement will come through, obviously like pusher, pitcher, etc. But for whatever reason, the Crest twins only stay upstairs where you go to rewrite the cassette to being, the Boo cassette. It kind of makes some sense because the majority of your time is going to be spent up there, but there's also a segment at the end where you push a saw, very similar to Grind the Bad Apples, to finish Bob off, and they're not there for that. And I think they should at the very least be there for that, if not roam between the areas the entire time. And that leads me to talk about how sadly they are much more underutilized on this trial in comparison to the shopping mall. They do go around a decent amount while you're working on the batteries, but the entire upstairs of this trial, the second and third floor, although also the map is really great. It's got 3 floors. It's really cool, very thematic. I love the map, I'm just going to say. But the second and third floor are completely dark, and that's where the twins mainly are. So their 360-degree vision is, again, completely unused, which mirrors that same aspect that we saw in the shopping mall MKs. So, yeah, it's quite sad that that's the case, because otherwise this would be a very, very good trial and would probably be competing for S tier and be at least top of A tier. Even a small change like just making the battery machines light up the entire area of the floor that they've been enabled, once you charge them up, makes thematic sense. Many people have said this, not my idea, but that would have improved the trial a ton just by making the twins at least a little bit more threatening. And then that would mean that the finale upstairs would have been lit up as well, where they would have been more threatening. I already talked about how they're not as strong as a prime asset in terms of gameplay implications to begin with in Shopping Mall, but so that obviously carries over here as well, brings it down a little bit. But at least if it were lit up, it would be more of a threat. And then, yeah, the finale final push is just a real letdown with them not being present at all and it just being a free objective like Cleanse the Orphans, which is not a comparison you want to be making in a finale discussion. So that being said, though, I think the map and the objectives are both fantastic, and the issues that we see here are easily fixable. So I am going to keep it up here in the A tier. I'm going to put it pretty highly rated. I think it's a great trial, and I do hope that they increase the danger and threat of the twins, if not at across the board, at least on this trial, by either having lights turn on or making them more of a presence in the finale. Also, this trial is quite brutal in terms of the things you do to Bob as you go through. So I will, say that. That is definitely something that I think about as we're going through the trials there. But yeah, I think TV Studio, very good, very high potential still as well to be even better. So hopefully we see that in the near future. We have 3 more trials, though, to discuss, despite that being the last main trial. So we're going to now talk about the Waste Tunnel, which is technically the name of the map for these next 2. First up in the Waste Tunnel, we're going to talk about Escape the Lies, which, again, I made these myself, I know. Hold your applause, please, please. They didn't have these on the tier list, so I added these in myself. Escape the Lies is the brand new MK, the redacted MK from Season 6, which is more like a main trial in the way it works and the length, but they called it MK because we usually get 2 MKs with an update, and they wanted to keep it secret, and it's just that's just how it works. It is a main trial and escalation, although I've heard people get it as a rebirth, like a communal rebirth option, so it's got a bit of a dubious identity, but this trial is, it's just amazing. The lore and story-wise, thematically, the Easterman voice lines we got from this, it's just so peak, especially if you played the original Amelia Escape, which we'll talk about, but even still, it's just such a cool way. It obviously is heavily integrated with the Amelia Escape event, which took place about a year ago, and obviously fully ties back to that. The same areas are used. Murkoff has reclaimed them and made them safe from reagents. The fake ending where you almost get to leave, or you think you're going to get to leave maybe, and it's just like a whole fake backdrop and stuff is so cool. And yeah, I absolutely love it for that alone. That being said, the gameplay portions are a bit of a mixed bag. I personally am not the biggest fan of finding the bulbs. It's such a pain in the ass to find these things sometimes. They're so sneaky and they will be hidden in weird places. And also, the map can be a bit frustrating to navigate at times. And if you get like blocked, a lot of unreliable doors, blocked paths, you can end up running into a lot of dead ends, which is not very common on other maps, which ends up being a bit annoying. So I'm not a big fan of the navigation portion of that. And then you end up having to navigate it a lot to find these things, especially the bulbs, because they're just so hidden. That being said, the map itself is amazing. I mean, just like it was in the Amelia Escape, I think there's got to be some new portions of it on here, but you also see the reagent equipment harvester from the Amelia Escape, which is super cool little callback and tie-in. And there's like this little sewer section on one of the sides, the basement with the big machinery. I mean, the map is amazing, absolutely. It's just everything about the trial in terms of theme and concept and lore is all amazing. It's just the gameplay of certain aspects that I'm not the biggest fan of. Because it also, again, reuses witnesses, but they only have one bulb on them, so it doesn't really include any of the interesting witness implications of being able to get that one cycle somehow. You just have to find them and pop them, which makes them a bit, or quite a bit, less interesting than their counterparts on other trials. So yeah, the actual objectives needed to open the gates to push the Amelia loyalists to their doom are not my favorite, which is probably the only real thing that I dislike about the trial that brings it down a little bit for me. That being said, the fact that all the prime assets are present is super awesome. And then, I mean, the finale final kill, I mean, what can you more say? It's so cool. And it can be 3 different finales that we know of so far. You can get, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's only 3. We would know if there was more by now. Pervert the Futterman, Liquidate the Union, or Kill the Snitch can all be the finale. Now, they are reused, but it's just still so cool, and it ties in so well with all the other themes and things about this trial. Not to mention the fact that the Jaeger comes out permanently for the finale, which is very unique and cool, and I like that a lot. The prime that comes out can also be very threatening. I mean, the finale part of this trial is just absolutely awesome, and I really, really like it. So that's really good. I mean, everything about it, aside from the actual objectives on the 2 sides, I pretty much like. Because then afterwards, you got to escape through the mines, and it's so cool going through that mines environment again. They reused in terms of both story and gameplay, they reused these areas so well. Better than I was almost expecting because of how unique the escape originally was. But it just works. It just works to reuse in this way. And then the ending sequence where you're trapped for like 45 seconds with the Jaeger and potentially a prime asset is kind of boring, to be honest. It's not that interesting of an added on sequence, but it gives Easterman a nice space to give a fire little speech. You can't escape if you're already free. Such a good line, and my current Discord status. So yeah, just absolutely awesome there. But yeah, again, the when the timer runs out, the shuttle is already there, so you can leave. That, as far as gameplay is concerned, was pretty whatever. Can be potentially threatening with a difficult prime asset and high difficulty variators, but still, yeah. I think overall, I'm probably going to put this in high A tier here. If the objectives in the side areas were more enjoyable for me, I'd probably put it in the S tier, but everything else around it is just too good to not put it up here. And the fact that it is permanently staying around, I think, is awesome, and I'm looking forward to playing it more in the future. Yeah, really, really cool, and one of my favorite things to come out recently because of the hype and secrecy building up around it. I liked that a lot. The other thing we had on the Waste Tunnel that I did just want to throw in this video to talk about is the Amelia escape event. And if you don't know what this was, back during, it was either during or right after, or somewhere around the Under Surveillance event's original run back in March, April, May timeframe of last year, we had this Amelia escape event taking place. And it basically was something that was very heavily tied into the lore of what was happening in the facility at the time, with this person, Amelia, escaping the trial environments and eventually figuring out a way to reroute a shuttle to a different location that allowed reagents to then get out of the facility. And it was super cool to play through because you actually felt like you were somewhere you weren't supposed to be. It was very unique gameplay in these parts, and you eventually did get out. I have a video of me playing through it on my channel, of course, if you'd be interested. It is awesome in my opinion, and it also introduced us originally to Henrietta, although at the time she was just mainly basically the same as a giant X-Pop that we know now. She did get turned into the Jaeger after this, which was obviously a very cool thing to learn about in the lore, that she was from down there and was brought up and turned into the Jaeger. And the interesting thing about this is that, like, this is kind of hard to rate against the other trials. I wouldn't really compare this to other trials pretty much at all, because Henrietta's the only enemy in the trial and you barely even see her. It's only towards the end where she actually shows up. It's mostly more of an atmospheric sort of original Outlast 1 and 2 sort of experience that you go through. It's more of like a horror atmosphere type of experience, very more slow paced and not as many like big objectives and stuff. So that was really cool and felt really cool to revisit, in this game, as opposed to, having to go back to the other games to play in that sort of atmosphere and environment. So yeah, I think they did a fantastic job with it. And then eventually getting through the mines and getting out to escape into the desert was just so cool at the time, so unique and fun. And it's obviously a shame that some people missed out on it, but I think Escape the Lies, bringing back the environment and the whole idea behind it was a fantastic way of reusing it, because it's simply, with the way Red Barrels does their lore and their game development, it simply would have made no sense for them to ever bring back the actual escape event and how it worked, because it just wouldn't have been explainable in the lore at all. And that's something that I believe they value quite highly, is there's always an explanation for why something in the game is actually taking place even in the lore. So yeah, as far as the placement on the tier list, again, hard to really compare to the trials themselves, but I would probably put it, I kind of want to just put it in the S tier, just as it was such a great thing on its own. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's like better than any of the trials themselves. So I'm just going to throw it up there in the S tier because I think it was just so cool at the time. But I wouldn't, like, if it stuck around and was a permanent fixture, I would put it way lower, because the replayability on it was far lower than any other trial, because there was no variators. It was, again, more of an experience, like cinematic and atmospheric, than meant to be like replayed and grinded in any way. Although there was one point where you could go one of 4 different ways when you're going through the equipment harvester, which was also really cool, by the way. Losing your night vision and your ESOP and all that was awesome. But you could go one of 4 different ways, and so there was 4 different paths, but they weren't that big of differences, no matter which one you took. So that would be like the extent of the replayability of it for the most part. So yeah, but yeah, Amelia Escape, just so awesome. One of the greatest temporary things in the game so far, I would say, pretty easily. Lastly, I have on here to also talk about the Rebirth Mansion, because this is certainly a trial, I would say, and it is definitely something you will play multiple times if you are someone who wants to do Rebirth in solo. And it's changed quite a bit over the lifespan of the game. Nowadays, it is quite difficult in comparison to how it used to be. It used to not have any variators on it and was pretty free to quickly speedrun. It also didn't even have the generator objective in that little house, which was added in. More primes were added in, more prime asset traps were added in. This was, I believe, mostly during Rebirth 2.0, although the generator was added prior to that. We also have mirrored on it now. One bad thing about Rebirth, I think, is the fact that it's guaranteed to be mirrored, which essentially means that the mirrored has almost no effect except for like switching the UI of the generator and the radios, and that's literally it. And as far as like gameplay impact, it should be a 50-50 chance to be mirrored or not, and then it would actually be something you'd have to deal with, since it wouldn't become the norm. Like for me now, after doing it so many times, it being mirrored is just like, oh, I'm doing the trial normally. I know which way things are. It doesn't confuse me at all because I don't even remember what it was like not mirrored. I do like the aspect that it gets harder the more you do it. That's really cool. I'm not sure how impactful that actually is because I was at maximum difficulty when they implemented that system, but still, I do appreciate it. And overall, I think it's really good. I think it's fun to replay. It has varied objectives, quite a few but you like familiar ones. There's nothing super brand new here. The box delivery is a little bit unique, but it's just really great in how it also mirrors the tutorial. And you go back out through the place you came in through the tutorial. I mean, that's just fantastic from a thematic and story building perspective. Multiple primes are present and potentially messing with you. Night Hunter's there, Berserker's there, there's Giants, it's got great enemy variety. Overall, I think it's fantastic for what it is, and I would probably, I'm just going to put it, pretty high up in the A tier. Not quite as comparable to other trials like the Amelia Escape, but a little bit more so. And so I would put it pretty high up, and I think it's enjoyable to run and can be pretty difficult at times, but could use a few tweaks to make it maybe a little bit less samey with the mirrored being constantly applied and things like that. Okay, that is it. I don't know how long this video is. It seems like it ended up being quite long. I did yap quite a lot. This is, I guess, the final tier list. I was very indecisive on things, which I do apologize for. I, for some reason, found this a lot harder to make than the other tier lists, but I'm fairly happy with the end result. Maybe some things could move up or down a bit, and maybe I misplaced a couple of things here and there, but I think I'm fairly happy with where things are for the most part. Maybe Grind the Bad Apples could be like not A tier, maybe B tier for Grind the Bad Apples, to be honest with you, at the end of the day. Yeah, I guess that seems okay. And then maybe we should move something else so we don't have to have the tier list be one thing here. I could bump something down into the C tier potentially, or maybe I shouldn't though. Maybe I shouldn't just for the sake of that, unless it feels like it should be switched up. Honestly, Flatten the Foreman could go top of C tier, let's be honest. We'll do that. So yeah, but still, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Do let me know what you think in the comments. What are your favorite and least favorite trials? I think that not many people will agree with my suburbs glazing at the top here, which even surprised me a little bit, if that makes any sense. But still, do let me know your thoughts. Did I make any egregious misplacements? Where would you rank things on your personal list? And yeah, next video will be the Scavenger Part 2 event, so look out for that. I'll be streaming as usual Tuesday nights, Saturday afternoons, Eastern. And yeah, if you missed it, we recently did 120 escalation trials on no loadout with Cots, Blurry, and Happy Heart. Check out the stream VODs for that. Those were some really entertaining trials and a fun run with those folks. So yeah, really enjoyed that as well. And yeah, don't forget to smash like, of course, subscribe for future videos, and I will see you guys in the next one. Peace out.